Chapter 630. My surname is Duan. Duan Lingtian's short sentence caused the expression of the attendant from the treasure-gathering pavilion to go pale. He still remembered the words their pavilion master left behind a few months ago. Anyone with the surname of Duan must be invited into the treasure-gathering pavilion with the most respectful etiquette. If anyone neglects an esteemed guest, then they must be heavily punished. "Guest, please come in." When he thought up to hear, the attendant broke out in cold sweat. Then he lowered his head and respectfully made a gesture to welcome Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai into the treasure-gathering pavilion. On the other hand, the group of people outside the treasure-gathering pavilion were completely dumbstruck. Who the heck are they? They're actually able to make the members of the treasure-gathering pavilion treat them with such respectful etiquette. Based on the current situation, their identities aren't simple. Of course. If their identities were simple, then how could they make the members of the treasure-gathering pavilion act like this? According to me, they might even have a deep relationship with our Milky Way City's treasure-gathering pavilion's Lord Pavilion. If it's really like this, then this fellow is really blind to have offended such an existence. The group of people that were discussing couldn't help but shoot their gazes towards the corpse of the burly man that lay on the ground. As for Duan Lingtian, he paid no attention to the bustle behind him. Presently, he and Han Xuanai directly entered the treasure-gathering pavilion to see the pavilion master, Xiang Ying, under the lead of the attendant. Brother Ling Tian. Xiang Ying seemed to be extremely happy to see Duan Lingtian once more. Pavilion Master Xiang. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he replied, then introduced Han Xuanai to Xiang Ying and introduced Han Xuanai to Xiang Ying. Miss Xuanai. Xiang Ying lightly smiled and nodded to Han Xuanai, then paid no further attention to Han Xuanai and instead looked at Duan Lingtian as he sighed. Brother Ling Tian, you ought to have come this time for the ageless route, right? I'm truly sorry, up until now, even though I've utilized all my connections, I still haven't obtained any news related to the ageless route. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised that Xiang Ying knew the reason for his visit. However, when he found out about the result, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. Don't worry, I'll think of something else. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and squeezed out a smile. Brother Ling Tian, don't worry. I'll do my best to continue searching for the whereabouts of the ageless route. Xiang Ying solemnly vowed. Then I'll thank Pavilion Master Xiang first. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and then said, since there's still no news of the ageless route, then Xuanai and I will be leaving first. Pavilion Master Xiang, farewell. After Duan Lingtian and Xiang Ying said their goodbyes, they left Jubao Pavilion together with Han Xuanai. Walking out of the Jubao Pavilion, Duan Lingtian could see many respectful gazes falling on him. It was even to the extent that all along the way, discussions about him were being spread out everywhere. Supposedly, this young man has a deep relationship with the pavilion master of our Milky Way City's treasure-gathering pavilion. Even the attendants of the treasure-gathering pavilion are extremely respectful to him. He wouldn't be the illegitimate son of the pavilion master, right? Even though the pavilion master's reputation spreads far and wide in our Dark Han dynasty, he ought to be unable to give birth to such an outstanding son. Perhaps all of you don't know, but this young man is already a 4th-level void initiation stage martial artist at such a young age. It can't be, right? He's a 4th-level void initiation stage martial artist? Yes. Earlier, before the treasure-gathering pavilion, he made a move for a short period of time, and he killed the 7th-level void prying stage martial artist that attacked him for no reason with a single point of his finger. Waves of intense discussions clearly entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian paid no attention to this. He directly soared into the sky and returned to the sky above Milky Way City with Han Xuanai, returning to the sky above the three-eyed flame tiger. But when they arrived high up in the sky and saw the three-eyed flame tiger, they couldn't help but be stunned. Presently, the three-eyed flame tiger stood in the sky in the distance, and its enormous body was trembling intensely, as if it had suffered some sort of pressure. It wasn't just that. Duan Lingtian, who had sharp eyes, noticed that slight terror seemed to be mixed within the depths of the three-eyed flame tiger's eyes. It was terror that came from the bones and the depths of the soul. Squeak squeak, suddenly, the little gold mouse that lay on Duan Lingtian's shoulder with its 4 feet in the sky woke up, and it cried out in shock as its fluffy and chubby body lightly trembled. It seemed as if it had sensed something terrifying. Hiss hiss. Meanwhile, the 2 little pythons that were curled up on Han Xuanai's wrist had successively awoken from their cultivation, and they swiftly flicked their tongues as their 2 pairs of sharp eyes flickered with an unusual sheen. What's going on? Duan Lingtian's face went slightly grim, and he hurriedly looked around the surroundings with the intention of searching for the reason that caused the demon beasts to act strangely. But, no matter how he searched, even if his spiritual force swept out, he still came up empty-handed in the end. If it wasn't for him seeing the demon beasts act strangely with his own 2 eyes, he might really think that there was no person or demon beast in the surroundings. Even my spiritual force is unable to detect his depth. From this, it can be seen that his cultivation is at least at the void interpretation stage or above. Duan Lingtian was greatly shocked in his heart, and he took a deep breath as his eyes were filled with fear. If the opponent was an existence at the void interpretation stage or above, then what he feared the most now was, the opponent was an enemy and not a friend, and the opponent's strength was even stronger than Han Xuanai. Xuanai, you noticed as well? Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed that Han Xuanai's face had gone grim, and her eyes even emitted an indescribable flowing light, and he couldn't help but ask. Han Xuanai nodded. Xuanai, could it be that he's even stronger than you? Han Xuanai's extremely unsightly expression caused Duan Lingtian's heart to jerk, and he realized that the matter wasn't so simple. That person's strength might even surpass Xuanai. The facts proved that Duan Lingtian's guess was correct. Han Xuanai nodded once more. Who the heck is it? Duan Lingtian quickly noticed that Han Xuanai's gaze was currently looking towards the sky above the 3-eyed flame tiger. Instantly, Duan Lingtian looked over as well. In the sky above the area where the 3-eyed flame tiger was, the clouds and mist dispersed along with the wind, and an emaciated figure appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. The emaciated figure stood there like a dry corpse, and it caused one's hair to stand on end. What a terrifying figure! Duan Lingtian noticed that the spiritual force he stretched out with the intention of probing the emaciated figure hadn't even approached the surroundings of the emaciated figure when it was crushed by a shapeless force. A large area around the emaciated figure seemed to possess something similar to an aura, and it completely resisted Duan Lingtian's spiritual force. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian clearly saw the appearance of the emaciated figure. This was an old woman in azure clothes. Her emaciated cheeks had a calm expression, and her eyes were dim and lusterless, causing one to be unable to discern whether she was happy or angry. She stood there as if she was an ancient statue. Duan Lingtian gasped. This person is probably not only at the void interpretation stage. Her strength might even be at the void transformation stage. Even though Duan Lingtian's spiritual force was unable to approach this azure-clothed old woman, he had inherited the lifetime's memories and experience of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, so he could sense traces of the aura of an existence at the void transformation stage or above from the azure-clothed old woman. The aura was faint, but Duan Lingtian still sensed it. This feeling was very strange, and it came from the lifetime's experience of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Of course, Duan Lingtian didn't dare to be 100% sure. Xuanai, find an opportunity to leave first. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and sent a voice transmission to Han Xuanai. Currently, he didn't know why this old woman would appear here and what her intentions were. But just in case, he still hoped that Han Xuanai could leave first. If this old woman was really in existence at the void transformation stage or above, then Han Xuanai and he would definitely die if she was hostile. A powerhouse at the void transformation stage or above was far from what a void interpretation stage martial artist could compare to. Even though Han Xuanai was strong, she was still nothing in front of a powerhouse at the void transformation stage or above. As someone who had merged with the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes, Duan Lingtian knew this very well. But even so, he still hoped to fight for a chance for Han Xuanai to survive. Brother Lingtian, what are you saying? At this moment, Han Xuanai returned to her senses, and after hearing what Duan Lingtian said, she couldn't help but be stunned. Xuanai, we still don't know her intentions. But she's very dangerous. How about this, you leave first and find a remote place to hide. I'll see if I can lure her away. Duan Lingtian said again. Now, Han Xuanai finally understood what was going on. Brother Ling Tian. Han Xuanai smiled bitterly. She doesn't have any hostility towards us, so you don't have to be like this. Doesn't have any hostility? Hearing what Han Xuanai said, Duan Lingtian's tense nerves trembled, and he had a puzzled expression. Xuanai, what do you mean by this? Brother Ling Tian, she's the Qing Nu I mentioned to you before. Han Xuanai said. Qing Nu? She's Qing Nu. Duan Lingtian's tense nerves instantly relaxed, and his face was filled with astonishment. The name Qing Nu was not unfamiliar to him at all. Back then, Han Xuanai had mentioned this name many times. Qing Nu was someone by Han Xuanai's side, and could even be considered as a protective umbrella that followed by Han Xuanai's side. Her strength was even stronger than Han Xuanai's. Moreover, according to what Han Xuanai said, the two little pythons were able to achieve what they had today because of Qing Nu's contribution. So she's Qing Nu, Duan Lingtian's side, then looked at Han Xuanai and smiled bitterly. Then why were you like that earlier? Han Xuanai's appearance earlier was precisely the source of Duan Lingtian's confusion from his concern. Han Xuanai lowered her head as she looked at the azure-clothed old woman in the distance, and she said dejectedly, Brother Ling Tian, Qing Nu's arrival means that I can't continue to stay in the Dark Han dynasty. I want to go home. Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding. So it was because of this. If you want to continue playing outside, then can't you discuss it with her? Duan Ling Tian suggested. Chapter 631. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian could feel the helplessness in Han Xuanai's tone. However, he still nodded solemnly in response to Han Xuanai's words. Don't worry, Xuanai. I'll definitely let you see a brand new me the next time we meet. Xuanai nodded. The gloominess on her face was swept away, and she regained her optimistic smile. However, she soon sighed again and looked at Duan Ling Tian. She wanted to say something but hesitated. Brother Ling Tian, little black and little white, at this moment, how could Duan Ling Tian not understand the meaning of Han Xuanai's words? His gaze fell on the two little pythons in Han Xuanai's hands, and he was somewhat reluctant to part with them. Little Black and Little White had been with him since birth. Although they had left for a few years, their relationship with him was still very deep. And Duan Ling Tian had always treated them as family. Hiss hiss, the two little pythons seemed to have realized something. They flicked their tongues in annoyance and kept swinging their tails. The next moment. Swoosh! Swoosh! Two bolts of lightning, one black and one white, flashed out from Han Xuanai's hands, streaked across the sky, and coiled around Duan Lingtian's hands. Brother, I don't want to leave. I want to stay by your side. Brother, I don't want to leave with Sister Xuanai. I want to follow you. I miss Sister Ke and Li Fei. The two little pythons' voice transmissions entered Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. At this moment, Duan Lingtian only felt warmth in his heart. Originally, the two little pythons had left him for many years, and there was an invisible distance between them. At least, that was the case on Duan Lingtian's side. But now, the two little pythons' actions made Duan Lingtian feel warmth, and that trace of distance in his heart disappeared without a trace. Sister Xuanai, I want to stay by brother's side. Sister Xuanai, I don't want to leave brother again. Han Xuanai, who was standing far away, had a complicated look in her eyes when she heard the voice transmissions from the two little pythons. In the past few years, although she had been with the two little pythons day and night, the hearts of the two little pythons were obviously not on her side. This made her feel both helpless and bitter. Brother Ling Tian. Han Xuanai looked at Duan Ling Tian and sighed. Since Little Black and Little White want to stay by your side, I won't take them with me this time. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to say something, Duan Lingtian suddenly opened his mouth. Whoosh! It was as if a gust of wind blew past. The green-robed old woman who had been standing in the distance suddenly appeared behind Han Xuanai. She looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a hoarse voice, "These two little fellows are descendants of mutated holy beasts. In terms of natural talent, they aren't the slightest bit inferior to the jade-eyed heavenly mouse on your shoulder." The green-robed old woman was precisely Qing Nu, who was by Han Xuanai's side, and she was currently looking at the little gold mouse on Duan Lingtian's shoulder as she spoke slowly. Descendants of mutated holy beasts? Duan Lingtian looked at Little Black and Little White with an astounded expression. He was extremely clear about Little Black and Little White's background. They were the children of two ferocious beast pythons. How could they possibly be related to a holy beast? "Senior, have you made a mistake?" When he thought up to hear, Duan Lingtian looked at Qing Nu and asked. At the same time, he spoke of the origins of the two little fellows one by one. Descendants of two ferocious beast pythons? Qing Nu hadn't said anything when Han Xuanai had already exclaimed in shock. "Brother Ling Tian, you said Little Black and Little White are the children of two ordinary ferocious beasts?" "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded. "At that time, it was I who personally brought them back home before they were hatched. Moreover, their appearance after they were born had once puzzled me. Because they didn't look like their mother, nor did they look like their father. This isn't difficult to understand." Qing Nu spoke once more, and her voice was still hoarse. Instantly, the gazes of Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai were successfully attracted by Qing Nu. Qing Nu continued. "The so-called mutated holy beast descendants are different from ordinary holy beast descendants. The descendants of ordinary sacred beasts, such as this jade-eyed heavenly mouse, could inherit the bloodline inheritance of the jade-eyed heavenly mouse clan through its mother. However, the descendants of mutated sacred beasts could rarely inherit the bloodline inheritance. It was more random. Just like these two little fellows." Duan Lingtian seemed to be lost in thought when he heard what Qing Nu said. These things weren't present in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. "Speak frankly if you have something to say." In the end, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and looked at Qing Nu. He was able to discern. What Qing Nu said earlier was intentional, and she was obviously paving the way for something. Qing Nu's originally dim eyes abruptly lit up as she glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian and said, "No matter if it's a mutated holy beast descendant or an ordinary holy beast descendant, their potential is extremely enormous. If you're doing it for their own good, then you should give them a better future and allow them to become demon emperors in the shortest amount of time." Hiss hiss. As soon as Qing Nu finished speaking, the two little pythons that coiled around Duan Lingtian's hand became restless and ceaselessly flicked their tongues. Obviously, they heard what Qing Nu said and were displeased. "Humph. Didn't you say so much because you want us to go with you?" "I won't go with you. I want to follow Big Brother Ling Tian." The little gold mouse stood on Duan Lingtian's shoulder as she bared her fangs and brandished her claws at Qing Nu. "Little fellow, you're smart. Being able to speak in the human tongue at the void initiation stage has completely broken the common sense of ordinary demon beasts. Looks like I've still underestimated you." Qing Nu looked at the little gold mouse and a slightly surprised expression appeared on her face. Obviously, she was shocked by the little gold mouse's sudden words. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse raised her head complacently and cried out twice when she heard Qing Nu. At the same time, the little gold mouse looked at the two little pythons. "You two idiots that don't know how to speak, both of you. Are you going to follow Big Brother Ling Tian like before, or continue following Big Sister Xuanai and this old woman?" "Old woman?" The little gold mouse's words caused the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth to be unable to refrain from twitching. Little Gold called this expert that's suspected to be at the void transformation stage an old woman? If it was another existence like this, Duan Lingtian would have been burning with anxiety since long ago. Now, he was able to maintain his composure. After all, this existence that's suspected to be at the void transformation stage or above before him was someone by Xuanai's side. He believed that Xuanai wouldn't allow her to act rashly. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian saw it again. Qing Nu wasn't angered in the slightest by the little gold mouse's rude words, and her expression was calm like an ancient well without the slightest ripple. Perhaps, in Qing Nu's eyes, the little gold mouse was only a child, and a child's words carried no harm, so she didn't have to fuss about it. Hiss hiss, the little gold mouse's words didn't enrage Qing Nu, but instead enraged the two little pythons, causing the two little pythons to glare angrily at the little gold mouse. In next to no time, they made their stand clear. They followed Duan Lingtian. Of course, it's fine if you insist on keeping them by your side, Qing Nu added. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Qing Nu. I wonder what's the better future you speak of. Qing Nu didn't hesitate and said directly, let go and allow them to return to their wild nature. Demon beasts are only able to stimulate their entire potential and break through their limits under the most adverse circumstances. With their natural talent, so long as they experience sufficient tempering, it isn't impossible for them to transform into true saint beasts. Transform into true saint beasts? Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. Even though he didn't know what the saint beasts Qing Nu spoke of were, as there was no record of them in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. But since the jade-eyed heavenly mouse was only a descendant of a saint beast, the terror of a true saint beast could be seen from this. The descendants of saint beasts were all demon emperors when they matured to the limit. Then what about true saint beasts? It was unimaginable. You have a way to help them? Duan Lingtian looked at Qing Nu and asked with a low voice. Even though he was extremely reluctant to part with the three little fellows. But if the three little fellows were really able to have a better future, then he would absolutely not ask the three little fellows to stay by his side. He took the three little fellows to be his family, so he naturally hoped that the three little fellows would be able to have the best future. Duan Lingtian's concern for the three little fellows was no different than a father's concern for his child. It was all for the sake of the latter. I know of a place that's suitable for them. But the time required is slightly long. Qing Nu said, at least 7 or 8 years, and at most 10 or 20 years. 7 or 8 years? 10 or 20 years? Duan Lingtian's face went slightly pale, as he never expected that it would take so long. Qing Nu, Han Xuanai, who'd been silent all along, finally spoke, and her expression was extremely heavy. You want to send little gold, little black, and little white to that place? You're crazy. As she finished speaking, Han Xuanai was like a she-wolf protecting her cubs. They're still young, they're only children. Duan Lingtian was stunned. After knowing Xuanai for so long, it was still the first time he'd seen Xuanai lose her composure like this. He could guess that the vile environment Qing Nu spoke of was an extremely terrifying place. At least, even a void interpretation stage martial artist like Han Xuanai would go pale when talking about it. Young Mississippi, Qing Nu sighed. Even though they're young, they possess extraordinary bloodlines that are far from what ordinary demon beasts can compare to. You ought to know that if they're able to come out from there, they'll surely be able to obtain extremely great benefits, and even have a profound influence. Han Xuanai went silent for a moment when she heard this. She naturally knew that what Qing Nu said was true. Not to mention others, just Qing Nu was an existence that had once come out from that place. Whereas the current Qing Nu's cultivation had long since far exceeded the limits of what her natural talent could attain. It could be said that Qing Nu had been changed precisely by that place. That place was hell to 90% or more of the demon beasts that entered it. But to the remaining less than 10% of the demon beasts, it was heaven. Heaven, hell, a fine line between life and death, and one would become a true expert. Xuanai, is that place really so good? Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuanai as he asked. Big brother Lingtian. Han Xuanai laughed bitterly. I can only say. The demon beasts that enter that place can be said to have a slim chance of surviving. Whereas those that are able to survive are all existences with peerless natural talent and extraordinary strength. That place is indeed the best touchstone for demon beasts. But the risks within it can't be underestimated. Chapter 632. Hiss. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but gasp when he heard Han Xuanai. Even though I hope the future of Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White is even better. But if I have to risk their lives, then I'd rather be selfish and keep them by my side and not let them leave. Duan Ling Tian looked at Qing Nu as he spoke, and his voice wasn't loud, yet it was clear and resounding. From this, one could see Duan Ling Tian's determination that even 10 cows would not be able to pull him back. Presently, Duan Ling Tian was like a responsible father. If the child wanted to go out and adventure, then he wouldn't stop it. But if the child had a slim chance of survival, then he would surely do his best to keep the child behind. In the world, so long as it was apparent, practically all of them would rather their child live a mediocre life than allow any mishap to befall their child. This was what a qualified parent was like. You've made up your mind? As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Qing Nu asked after a short while. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded affirmatively, and there was no room for discussion. Could it be that you don't want to wait for them to become stronger so they can help you better? With their natural talent, no matter how great the test of danger they face is, at least one or two of them will be able to survive in the end. Even if only one of them survives, its help to you is something that can't be measured by anything else. Qing Nu looked at Duan Ling Tian as she spoke slowly, and her tone was filled with temptation. Qing Nu's words were extremely simple. If the little gold mouse and 2 little pythons entered that place, then even if only one of them could survive in the end, Duan Ling Tian would have profited. Humph. As soon as Qing Nu finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian's expression went completely grim, and he said furiously, "The lives of Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White are priceless in my eyes, and there's nothing that can replace them. So you don't have to speak nonsense in front of me. No matter what, I won't allow them to take a risk." Duan Lingtian's tone was resolute and decisive, and there was no room for discussion. If it wasn't for the azure-clothed old woman before him being someone by Xuanai's side, and if it wasn't for the old woman's strength being stronger than him, he'd have directly given her a slap long ago. But when Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he was stunned because he saw Qing Nu. Little fellows, do you see that? For the sake of your safety, he would rather lose the assistance from you. He chose to do this for the sake of all of you. Could it be that all of you don't want to be able to help him in the future? With his fortune, if all of you continue to stay by his side, then, with his continue to stay by his side, continue to stay by his side, with his fortune, he. With his fortune. With his ts. With his tt. At that time, you will become a burden to him, and he will have to protect you. Is this what you want to see? Qing speak gold speak. Hiss, hiss, the 2 little pythons that coiled around Duan Ling Tian's hand instantly became excited, and they hurriedly shook their little heads. Squeak. After the little gold mouse let out a sharp cry, it said with a childish voice, "Granny, I don't want Big Brother Ling Tian to protect me. I want to protect Big Brother Ling Tian myself. Do you have the strength?" Qing Nu laughed with ridicule and said with disdain, "Little fellow, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but you're not a match for him now." When the little gold mouse heard this, it, who was originally extremely excited, drooped its little head and became dejected. Enough! Duan Ling Tian and Han Xuanai shouted out furiously at almost the exact same time. Han Xuanai had a gloomy expression as she spoke first. Qing Nu, I know you have high hopes for Little Black and Little White. But that place is truly too dangerous. I don't approve of their going as well. Qing Nu sighed and didn't say anything further. The reason she persisted was because she didn't have any ill intent. She just didn't want these 3 little fellows with potential to be covered in dust. As a demon that had experienced life and death in that place, she was sure. With the potential of these 3 little fellows, if they were able to come out alive from that place, they would surely soar into the sky. But since her young miss had spoken, it was naturally not good for her to persist. "Big brother, I want to go to that place with her." Qing Nu had calmed down, but the little gold mouse was restless, and it spoke to Duan Lingtian with a childish voice. Its tone was firm and resolute. "Little gold, don't cause trouble." Duan Lingtian glared angrily at the little gold mouse. "Big brother, I'm not causing trouble. I've already discussed it with Little Black and Little White. We're going to that place. Once we come out from there, we'll come back to look for Big Brother. At that time, we'll be able to help Big Brother even better." The little gold mouse continued speaking with a childish voice. "Discussed it? With Little Black and Little White? Wasn't Little Gold always on bad terms with them?" For a time, Duan Lingtian was slightly bewildered. When these three little fellows were together, it was truly a headache. "There's no need." Duan Lingtian shook his head, and he was just unwilling to allow the three little fellows to take the risk. But the stubbornness of the three little fellows had completely exceeded his imagination, and they were unwilling to stay behind no matter what. In the end, Duan Lingtian was completely at his wits' end. At the same time, his heart was filled with dissatisfaction towards Qing Nu. If it wasn't for this old fellow constantly encouraging the three little fellows, how could the three little fellows have changed their minds? Duan Lingtian gnashed his teeth with hatred towards Qing Nu. "If anything happens to the three little fellows in the future, then even if she's someone by Xuanai's side, I'll still kill her. At that time, don't blame me for not knowing how to respect the elderly." Duan Lingtian swore in his heart. Duan Lingtian didn't doubt in the slightest that he would be able to possess a strength that surpassed Qing Nu in the future. Putting aside his outstanding innate talent and the concept fragment and profundity fragment in his hands, he was still in possession of the profundity fragment. Even the great treasure vault left behind by the Samsara Emperor Wu in the foreign lands and the rebirth pills were sufficient to allow him to possess a cultivation speed that far exceeded an ordinary person. Swoosh! A gust of wind whistling sounded out, and the little gold mouse had left Duan Lingtian's shoulder to arrive on Han Xuanai's shoulder. Swish! Swish!
The two little pythons weren't willing to fall behind and returned to Han Xuanai's wrist. "Big brother Lingtian, don't worry, I'll take good care of Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White." Since it had already come to this, Han Xuanai didn't know what to say, and could only continue to console Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded and was slightly dispirited. "Big brother Lingtian, will be leaving first." Han Xuanai and the three little fellows bid their farewells to Duan Lingtian. Not only that, Han Xuanai even glanced at the three-eyed flame tiger before leaving. "Big guy, obediently send Big brother Lingtian back to the Dark Han dynasty's capital. If I find out that you're disobedient, I'll surely freeze you into a popsicle." Awu. The three-eyed flame tiger's body lightly trembled when it heard Han Xuanai's threat. But if one looked carefully, one would be able to notice that in the depths of the three-eyed flame tiger's gaze, there was a faint sheen of excitement mixed within. "I can finally get rid of this little she-devil." The three-eyed flame tiger roared excitedly in its heart, and it was overjoyed from excitement. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian ascended onto the back of the three-eyed flame tiger and sent off Han Xuanai and Qing Nu with his gaze. The two of them even brought along the three little fellows. "Little Gold, Little Black, Little White. Nothing must happen to all of you," Duan Lingtian silently said in his heart when he saw Han Xuanai's figure vanish before his eyes. Roar! Instantly, the scene before Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and he was dragged along by the three-eyed flame tiger to flash out towards the direction of the capital. All along the way, the three-eyed flame tiger roared excitedly without end, causing Duan Lingtian to be speechless. Looks like this big fellow was really bullied by Han Xuanai earlier to the point it had a bellyful of pent-up anger. Now that Han Xuanai had left, that pent-up anger had completely erupted. Duan Lingtian shook his head and paid no further attention to the three-eyed flame tiger before directly sitting down to cultivate. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, earth dragon form. Not long after, Duan Lingtian had already immersed his entire body and mind into cultivating, and he seemed to have forgotten the time. He only knew how to ceaselessly cultivate. The origin energy within his body seemed to have transformed into a vast river that ceaselessly flowed through the meridians within Duan Lingtian's body. Duan Lingtian's cultivation was increasing at every moment. The three-eyed flame tiger quickly sent Duan Lingtian back to the Dark Han dynasty's capital. Whereas Duan Lingtian had returned to the estate the Dark Stone Empire had purchased in the Dark Han dynasty's capital. Duan Lingtian. Not long after he entered the estate, Duan Lingtian heard someone call out to him from behind. When he turned around, he saw the person that called out to him with a single glance. Su Li. You've gone out as well? The person that called out to Duan Lingtian was none other than Su Li. At this moment, Su Li had obviously just returned from outside. I just went out for a walk. Su Li lightly smiled. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he thought in his heart. I've been out for a few months this time, I wonder what changes Su Li's cultivation has undergone. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force silently stretched out to envelop Su Li's body. It detected Su Li's current cultivation at the first possible moment. How could this be possible? At practically the instant his spiritual force detected Su Li's cultivation, Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted abruptly, and his heart was filled with shock. Heavens! What have I detected? Su Li. Su Li is actually at the 4th level of the Void Initiation stage as well. This was the source of Duan Lingtian's shock. Su Li's current cultivation was actually no different than his.
He was extremely clear in his heart about the fortuitous encounters Su Li obtained to possess this cultivation. But how did Su Li advance so quickly? Could it be a spirit fruit? If it's really a spirit fruit, then it's understandable. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. But, it can be seen from this that the master behind Su Li isn't simple at all. What a joke. Would a person that was able to use a spirit fruit to advance Su Li's cultivation to such an extent be an ordinary person? Duan Lingtian, you've left for a slightly long time this time. Did you obtain any special gains? Su Li asked. I didn't obtain any special gains, and I only obtained some comprehension in terms of concept. Duan Lingtian smiled modestly. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and Su Li walked together and returned to their own courtyards. After Duan Lingtian returned to his room, he couldn't help but sigh when he felt the cold atmosphere. All of them have left. Only I remain. Chapter 633. I wonder how Kerr and Little Fei are now. But since they've entered a power in the foreign lands and obtained the favor of the higher-ups of the powers, their cultivations have surely advanced by leaps and bounds. Guosu, their strengths might have already far surpassed me now. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian had thought of his 2 fiancées. In the blink of an eye, he hadn't seen his 2 fiancées for a few years. He missed them greatly in his heart. Kerr, Little Fei. Wait for me, I'll come look for the both of you very soon. Duan Lingtian decided in his heart. At the same time, Duan Lingtian seemed as if he'd suddenly taken stimulants, and he shuddered before instantly sitting up from the bed. He held a mid-grade origin stone and wind concept fragment in his hand before closing his eyes and starting to cultivate. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, earth dragon form. Vast origin energy surged within Duan Lingtian's body and filled the meridians throughout his body before finally converging together and gushing into his dantian. No matter what, I must become eminent in the dynasty martial competition and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Only by becoming eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties would I have the chance to join a formidable power in the foreign lands. Only by joining a formidable power in the foreign lands would I be able to possess a trump card to protect myself in the foreign lands. With my current strength, if I were to walk out of the foreign lands by myself, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to walk far before being killed. Only by leaving the foreign lands would I be able to look for Kerr and Little Fei, and only then would I be able to retrieve the great treasure left behind by the Emperor Wu during his 2nd lifetime. Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun abruptly as he drew a perfect blueprint for his future. All of this was the motivation that ceaselessly pushed him forward. After he returned from the Sword Monarch's treasure, Duan Lingtian stayed in his courtyard to cultivate and didn't leave. Over 2 months later. On the bed in his room, Duan Ling Tian, who sat cross-legged there, had an instantly tense expression, and he seemed to have encountered something. At the same time, the origin energy in his body surged out like waves of tempestuous waves. Whoosh! The tempestuous waves swept out and charged towards the final bottleneck between the 4th level of the Void Initiation Stage and the 5th level of the Void Initiation Stage. Bang! A light sound rang out as Duan Lingtian's origin energy smoothly broke through the bottleneck, and the origin energy in his entire body underwent a transformation along with it. 5th level of the Void Initiation Stage. Duan Ling Tian abruptly opened his eyes, and there was a slight excitement on his face. His cultivation had finally broken through smoothly to the 5th level of the Void Initiation Stage. If others were to find out that Duan Ling Tian had just broken through to the 4th level of the Void Initiation Stage 3 months ago and had broken through to the 5th level of the Void Initiation Stage now, moreover, he hadn't consumed any spirit fruits, their jaws would probably be shocked off. Only Duan Ling Tian was not surprised. With my natural talent that was transformed from the 10,000-year stalactite milk and coupled with the assistance of origin stones, spending 3 months of time to advance from the 4th level of the Void Initiation Stage to the 5th level of the Void Initiation Stage is nothing. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. Presently, only half a year remains before the dynasty martial competition begins. If nothing unexpected happens, I ought to be able to break through to the 6th level of the Void Initiation Stage in half a year. It's practically impossible to break through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage. This was something Duan Ling Tian could be sure of. Even though his natural talent was strong and he possessed many origin stones, it was practically impossible for him to break through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage in such a short period of time. 6th level of the Void Initiation Stage. Perhaps I'll be able to suppress Mo Xian and reign supreme amongst the group of young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire. But the young geniuses of an empire are utterly nothing in the Darkhan Dynasty's dynasty martial competition. Not to mention the young geniuses of a few tens of empires besides the Darkstone Empire that will be coming. Even the outstanding young geniuses of the Darkhan Dynasty are probably not few in number. For a time, Duan Ling Tian felt extremely great pressure. It's difficult to become eminent in the dynasty martial competition at the 6th level of the Void Initiation Stage. If it's the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage, I'm afraid I still have a chance. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart, and his gaze flickered. It's extremely difficult to break through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage in half a year. But it isn't impossible. Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun abruptly. There are 2 ways. The first is to find the ageless root and refine the rebirth pill. The second is to obtain a spirit fruit used by Void Initiation Stage martial artists, and it can't be a spirit void fruit. Duan Ling Tian had already consumed a spirit void fruit once in the past, and if he consumed it once more, the medicinal effect would be greatly reduced and wouldn't be of much help to him. The ageless root. It's probably difficult to find in a short period of time. Perhaps I have a chance with a spirit fruit used by Void Initiation Stage martial artists. After a short moment, Duan Ling Tian thought of many things, and the train of thought in his mind became clear. But it's not a simple matter to obtain a spirit fruit used by Void Initiation Stage martial artists. Presently, the dynasty martial competition is just around the corner. Even if a spirit fruit used by Void Initiation Stage martial artists appeared in the Darkhan Dynasty, it would probably have already been completely swept away. When he thought up to here, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be slightly dejected. Moreover, I utterly don't have the means to find a spirit fruit used by Void Initiation Stage martial artists. I almost forgot about him. As Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself, he shuddered and regained his senses. He'd thought of a person. After Duan Ling Tian thought of that person, he didn't hesitate to directly leave the courtyard and leave the Darkstone Empire's estate in the Darkhan Dynasty's capital. Not long after, an enormous being soared into the sky near the Darkhan Dynasty's capital. "Big fellow, I'll be troubling you." Duan Ling Tian stood on the 3-eyed flame tiger as he spoke with a light smile. Roar! The 3-eyed flame tiger roared in a low voice. Although it was slightly unhappy, it didn't dare show it. Who knew if the fellow on its back would tell on it to the little she-devil? If the little she-devil were to know that it had neglected this fellow, then wouldn't the little she-devil freeze it into a popsicle? With the three-eyed flame tiger's speed, it wasn't long before Duan Lingtian once again arrived at Milky Way City. After entering Milky Way City, Duan Lingtian directly went to the treasure-gathering pavilion. "Brother Lingtian, you're so anxious to find me, is there something you need?" The Milky Way City's treasure-gathering pavilion's pavilion master, Xiang, had a bewildered expression as he looked at Duan Lingtian. "Pavilion Master Xiang." Duan Lingtian went straight to the point and spoke of the reason for his visit. "I came this time because I want you to take care of something for me. I want a spirit fruit used by void initiation stage martial artists. Besides the spirit void fruit Pavilion Master Xiang gave me the other day, any other spirit fruit is fine." Xiang was slightly surprised when he heard Duan Lingtian. "Brother Lingtian, someone by your side is participating in the Dynasty Martial Competition?" The Darkhan Dynasty's Dynasty Martial Competition was half a year from now. Presently, practically everyone in the Darkhan Dynasty was discussing this grand event. At the same time, there were already many powers throughout the Darkhan Dynasty that had spread the word that they were willing to pay an extremely high price to exchange for spirit fruits used by void initiation stage martial artists. Practically all these powers had young geniuses that were preparing to participate in the Darkhan Dynasty's Dynasty Martial Competition. Every member of every power hoped that the young geniuses of their powers would be able to become eminent in the Dynasty Martial Competition and win the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. So, they spared no expense to wantonly gather spirit fruits used by void initiation stage martial artists. "I'll participate myself." Duan Lingtian didn't conceal it and spoke directly. "Participate yourself?" Xiang was stunned. When Duan Lingtian came to ask about spirit fruits used by void initiation stage martial artists, his reaction at the first possible moment was that someone by Duan Lingtian's side wanted to participate in the Dynasty Martial Competition. Whereas Duan Lingtian was looking for spirit fruits for that person. It wasn't that he didn't think that Duan Lingtian himself intended to participate in the Dynasty Martial Competition. But Duan Lingtian was truly too young. Moreover, he'd only heard 2 months ago that Duan Lingtian was only a 4th-level void initiation stage martial artist. With Duan Lingtian's age, being able to possess such a cultivation meant that in terms of natural talent, it was already sufficient to shock others. But if it was just this little bit of cultivation, it was practically impossible for Duan Lingtian to become eminent in the Dynasty Martial Competition and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. It was precisely because of this that he didn't think that Duan Lingtian himself wanted to participate in the Dynasty Martial Competition. Yes. Duan Lingtian wasn't impatient when faced with Xiang Ying's repeated questions, and he nodded. Xiang Ying returned to his senses and laughed bitterly. "Brother Lingtian, I can only say that I'll try my best. The main reason is that the Dynasty Martial Competition is about to arrive, and not only are the various powers of the Darkhan Dynasty searching for spirit fruits used by void initiation stage martial artists, even the various empires are paying attention to the news of spirit fruits used by void initiation stage martial artists. Now, so long as spirit fruits used by void initiation stage martial artists appear, it utterly wouldn't be long before it would be directly bought at a high price." As he finished speaking, Xiang Ying shook his head and sighed. As the pavilion master of the treasure-gathering pavilion, he was clearly aware of how many people had come to the treasure-gathering pavilion to ask about spirit fruits used by void initiation stage martial artists in the recent period of time. So he knew. At this moment, the spirit fruits that were used by void initiation stage martial artists were extremely rare and precious. Duan Lingtian nodded. He wasn't surprised by this. "Then I'll have to trouble Pavilion Master Xiang to help me pay attention. If Pavilion Master Xiang is able to obtain spirit fruits used by void initiation stage martial artists besides the spirit void fruit, then I can ask Master to lend you a grade 3 spirit weapon for Pavilion Master Xiang to study properly." Duan Lingtian looked at Xiang Ying and spoke slowly. As he finished speaking, there was no lack of temptation in his voice. Whereas this temptation was undoubtedly enormous to a grade 4 weapons craftsman like Xiang Ying. Brother Ling Tian, is this true? Xiang Ying looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked with a serious expression. At the same time, his breathing became hurried, and his chest rose and fell continuously like a bellows that didn't stop for a long time. Of course it's true. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Don't worry, Brother Ling Tian. During this period of time, I'll surely do my best to search for spirit fruits used by void initiation stage martial artists and the ageless root for you. Xiang Ying vowed solemnly. If Pavilion Master Xiang is able to help me find the ageless root, then I can promise you on behalf of my master to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon for you. Of course, you have to prepare the materials yourself. Duan Ling Tian continued to add fuel to the fire. Chapter 634. Grade 3 Spirit Weapon. That was something that Xiang Ying dreamt of obtaining. As a grade 4 weapons craftsman, his greatest dream was to be able to advance a step further in the Tao of weapons refinement and become a grade 3 weapons craftsman. But even though Xiang Ying always had this dream, he didn't have the slightest confidence in realizing it. Because he'd seen with his own 2 eyes that many grade 4 weapons craftsmen hadn't touched the threshold to become a grade 3 weapons craftsman until the moment they died of old age. Of course, Xiang Ying knew that the reason these weapons craftsmen were like this was mostly because they hadn't come into contact with a grade 3 spirit weapon. A grade 3 weapons craftsman hadn't appeared in the Darkhan dynasty for a few thousands of years. On the other hand, the only grade 3 spirit weapon in the Darkhan dynasty that was possessed by the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family was also the only grade 3 spirit weapon that was known to all in the Darkhan dynasty. But this grade 3 spirit weapon was taken to be a precious treasure by the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, and no matter who it was, they were unable to borrow it. Xiang Ying had once negotiated with the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family many times with the intention of seeing the grade 3 spirit weapon's elegance, but he was refused every single time without exception. It was precisely because of this that it set off the rarity and preciousness of a grade 3 spirit weapon. Yet now, when he heard he had a chance to obtain a grade 3 spirit weapon, Xiang Ying was completely unable to sit still. Brother Ling Tian, I'll go instruct my subordinates right now. Under Duan Lingtian's slightly astounded gaze, Xiang Ying seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that instantly vanished before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Not long after, Xiang Ying returned once more. Brother Ling Tian, if there's news of the spirit fruit and ageless root you require, how should I go find you? Since you intend to participate in the dynasty martial competition, I presume you ought to be heading to our Darkhan dynasty's capital, right? Xiang Ying asked. Meanwhile, Xiang Ying's tone became hurried, as if he'd already found the thing Duan Lingtian required. You can go directly to the capital. I usually stay at the estate the Darkstone Empire purchased in the capital. That estate is called the Darkstone Estate. Duan Lingtian said to Xiang Ying. All right. Darkstone Estate, I'll remember it. Xiang Ying nodded. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave first. Pavilion Master Xiang, we'll meet again. I'll wait for your good news. After bidding farewell to Xiang Ying, Duan Lingtian left the Jubao Pavilion and left Han River City. He did not go anywhere else but directly returned to the Darkhan dynasty's capital. Now, with Pavilion Master Xiang helping me, even if I'm unable to find the ageless root for the time being, I ought to be able to have some leads on the spirit fruit used by void initiation stage martial artists. I only hope that he'll be able to help me find it as soon as possible. Duan Lingtian breathed a sigh of relief. So long as he was able to break through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage before the dynasty martial competition, he had the confidence to become eminent in the dynasty martial competition and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Once again returning to the capital, Duan Lingtian was in no hurry to return. Feng Clan. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat as a graceful figure appeared in his mind. This figure wore a fiery red robe and danced gracefully as if she had turned into a burning flame. Tianwu, Duan Lingtian gradually closed his eyes as slight recollection appeared on his face. Feng Tianwu. The young woman he met in Phoenix Nest City when he left the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom for the first time and arrived at the Darkstone Empire. He still remembered. Tianwu possessed the fire spirit body, and if she was unable to deal with it before the age of 30, then her body would explode and she would die at the age of 30. Now, since I've arrived at the Darkhan Dynasty's capital, I ought to pay a visit to the Feng clan's city governor Feng and take a look at Tianwu. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat as he had a plan. Big brother, do you know how to get to the Feng clan? Duan Lingtian swiftly stopped a passerby on the street and asked politely with a light smile on his face. I don't. The passerby waved his hand impatiently before going around Duan Lingtian and leaving with large strides. Duan Lingtian could only look at the next passerby that passed by. Big brother, do you know where the Feng clan is? This time, Duan Lingtian withdrew a 1,000 gold note and waved it before the passerby. I know. Of course I know. The passerby's eyes lit up when he saw the gold note, and he spoke hurriedly and excitedly. Meanwhile, the passerby that went around Duan Lingtian and walked in front heard the words of the passerby behind him as well. As he turned around, he secretly exclaimed, "There's still someone that's so willing to help others these days? It's truly rare." But when he turned around and saw the violet-clothed young man that asked him the question earlier had actually withdrawn a 1,000 gold note and passed it over to another passerby, he was completely dumbstruck. I only answered a question and obtained a 1,000 gold note. For a time, he was extremely regretful and hated himself for being too impatient and actually missing this rare opportunity. He swore in his heart. If someone asked for directions in the future, he would surely not be impatient and would patiently answer the person that asked for directions. All this was something that Duan Lingtian would never know. Presently, after he found out the location of the Feng clan estate that the Feng clan resided in, he directly walked over. Not long after, Duan Lingtian stood before the door of a vast estate. This vast estate was dazzling and magnificent, and it looked to not be the slightest bit inferior to the imperial palace. It could be seen from this that the power this estate represented wasn't simple in the territory of the Darkhan dynasty. This Feng clan is really extraordinary. A mere estate's door is comparable to the city gate of the Darkstone Empire's imperial city. As he looked at the door before him, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be slightly surprised. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the enormous plaque on the door of the estate. On it, 3 large words were written in flamboyant calligraphy. Feng clan. That Feng character, suddenly, seeming to have sensed something, Duan Lingtian's burning gaze stared at that Feng character on the plaque. On this Feng character, Duan Lingtian clearly sensed the aura of an inscription formation. When Duan Lingtian's spiritual force fused into it. Bang! At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of invisible energy surging toward him. Subsequently, his mind became clear. At the same time, a shocking scene appeared before his eyes. In the scene, an exceedingly enormous flying beast floated in the sky, and its entire body emitted an extremely beautiful crimson-red sheen. The body of the flying beast blazed with boundless flames, and it was like a happy fire spirit. Phoenix. Even though Duan Lingtian had never seen a flying beast like this in the past, this flying beast was similar to a phoenix. However, this type of flying demon beast was slightly similar to the legendary divine beast, the phoenix, so it wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to link the two together. Most importantly, this scene was in the form of an inscription formation, and it existed within the word Feng on the plaque of the Feng clan estate's entrance. It caused one to be unable to refrain from daydreaming. Duan Lingtian walked out with large strides and headed towards the entrance of the Feng clan estate. In next to no time, the guards at the entrance of the Feng clan estate abruptly stood out, and they seemed to have transformed into numerous guardian deities that obstructed Duan Lingtian's path. These Feng clan guards wore fiery red clothes, and the space between their brows was filled with seriousness, causing them to seem to possess an overbearing aura. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out to envelop these Feng clan guards and detect their cultivations. The strongest amongst these Feng clan guards was at the 9th level of the Void Prying stage, and the weakest was at the 7th level of the Void Prying stage. This caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly speechless. I truly never imagined that the clan Tianwu is from is so terrifying. A martial artist at the 7th level of the Void Prying stage or above is actually only a guard of the clan she's from. Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart. What are you here for? Meanwhile, the one and only 9th level Void Prying stage martial artist amongst the Feng clan guards stood out and stared at Duan Lingtian as he asked with a low voice. I've come to look for someone. Duan Lingtian shrugged and spoke slowly. Who are you looking for? The Feng clan guard pursued the root of the matter. I'm looking for Feng Qianwu. Duan Lingtian directly stated the reason he'd come. Feng Qianwu. The group of Feng clan guards couldn't help but be stunned. Feng Qianwu. Does our Feng clan have such a person? Instantly, many Feng clan guards looked at each other, and some even couldn't help but mutter. Although their voices were soft, it was completely heard by Duan Lingtian, and it caused Duan Lingtian to be speechless. It can't be, these people actually don't recognize Tianwu. Little brother, have you come to the wrong place? Our Feng clan doesn't have a person called Feng Qianwu. In next to no time, the Feng clan guard in the lead spoke to Duan Lingtian. There's no person called Feng Qianwu. The Feng clan guard's words caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be stunned for a time. Are you sure your Feng clan doesn't have a person called Feng Qianwu? In the end, Duan Lingtian recovered from his shock and asked. No. In the end, the answer Duan Lingtian obtained was still the same. Then I want to ask. How many Feng clans are there in the capital of the Dark Han dynasty? Duan Lingtian asked. In the capital of the Dark Han dynasty, there's only our Feng clan. The Feng clan guard answered Duan Lingtian patiently. Only the Feng clan. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Earlier, when these Feng clan guards said their Feng clan didn't have a person called Feng Qianwu, he thought he'd come to the wrong place. He'd even once guessed that it was very likely that a second Feng clan existed in the capital of the Dark Han dynasty. And Feng Qianwu was in that Feng clan. But now, the words of the Feng clan guard caused Duan Lingtian to realize that he didn't come to the wrong place. This place was the Feng clan he was looking for. But they actually don't know Tianwu. How could this be possible? I want to confirm if the person I'm looking for is really in your Feng clan. If all of you haven't heard of Feng Qianwu, then do all of you know Feng Wudao? Duan Lingtian looked at the Feng clan guard and asked a step further. Feng Wudao. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that when he spoke these words, the expressions of the group of Feng clan guards went completely pale. These Feng clan guards originally had casual expressions. But right at the instant they finished speaking, they simultaneously revealed expressions of reverence. Chapter 635. When he saw the reverence that the group of Feng clan guards revealed, Duan Lingtian knew that he hadn't found the wrong place. This place was precisely the Feng clan that Feng Wudao spoke of that day. But, how could these members of the Feng clan not know Tianwu? This caused Duan Lingtian to be extremely puzzled. Right at this moment, the Feng clan guard in the lead was the first to recover from his shock, and he took a deep breath before looking at Duan Lingtian. Young master, you know the eldest master? Eldest master? Duan Lingtian was stunned, and then he reacted to what had happened. This Feng clan guard was precisely speaking of Feng Wudao. Yes, I know him. I came here precisely for the sake of looking for him. Duan Lingtian nodded. When he saw Duan Lingtian agree, the Feng clan guard looked at Duan Lingtian once more, and there was slight reverence in his eyes. I've offended you earlier, please forgive me, young master. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. It's fine. I wonder if you can help me notify him. Young master, please follow me. The Feng clan guard didn't go in to notify him, and he directly called out to Duan Lingtian instead, Then he led the way in front and led Duan Lingtian into the Feng clan estate. As for the other Feng clan guards, they stood at the sides and looked respectfully at Duan Lingtian's figure that was disappearing into the distance. The eldest master hasn't appeared before others for many years. I never imagined that such a young man would actually know the eldest master. Yeah, the eldest master is an unreachable legend in our Feng clan. According to rumor, if it wasn't for the eldest master having no interest in the position of patriarch of our Feng clan, the current patriarch of our Feng clan would surely be the eldest master. I've heard of this as well. Supposedly, the eldest master's strength has already attained the acme of perfection, and it's even not inferior to our Feng clan's two ancestors. All the Feng clan guards whispered in discussion. All of their words were filled with reverence towards Feng Wudao. Feng Wudao, the eldest master of the Feng clan, and the big brother of the current Feng clan patriarch, his status in the Feng clan wasn't inferior to the patriarch in the slightest, and he directly chased after the two great ancestors. Duan Lingtian had learned all of this from the Feng family's general as he followed behind him. Never would I have expected that city master Feng from back then to have such a background. Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked. At the same time, Duan Lingtian curiously asked the Feng clan guard that led the way ahead. Big brother, I see that your Feng clan estate is extremely grand, and it isn't much inferior to the imperial palace. Your Feng clan's status in the Dark Han dynasty ought to not be low, right? Duan Lingtian's words were actually just a test. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the Feng clan general revealed a proud expression, and at the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Young master, you're probably not a member of our Dark Han dynasty, right?" "How do you know?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. If young master is a member of the Dark Han dynasty, then it's impossible for him to not understand our Feng clan. The Feng clan guard lightly smiled. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. In his heart, he faintly realized that the Feng clan was probably in existence with an extraordinary status in the Dark Han dynasty. Meanwhile, the Feng clan guard looked respectfully at Duan Lingtian and asked, "I wonder how I should address you, young master." Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian spoke frankly. "So it's young master Lingtian. If I'm not wrong, young master Lingtian's appearance in the Dark Han dynasty is most probably for the sake of the dynasty martial competition, right?" As the Feng clan guard finished speaking, he glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. "Exactly."
Duan Lingtian didn't conceal it, and then he asked with slight surprise, "How did you see through it?" "Logically speaking, it's truly difficult for others to connect me with the dynasty martial competition with my age." Indeed. The dynasty martial competition gathered the most outstanding young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty and the young geniuses that stood out from the various empires. Normally speaking, these young geniuses were practically all existences around the age of 35. It was extremely difficult for people to connect a young man around the age of 25 like Duan Lingtian with the dynasty martial competition. Young master Lingtian, I'm actually guessing as well. Since you know the eldest master, then you naturally can't look at him with an ordinary gaze. The Feng clan guard smiled as a matter of course. As he spoke, he revealed extreme blind adoration towards the eldest master of the Feng clan, Feng Wudao. This works as well? Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless. At the same time, Duan Lingtian deeply realized Feng Wudao's status in the Feng clan. He wasn't the patriarch, yet surpassed the patriarch. With the status of city governor Feng in the Feng clan. Logically speaking, as his daughter, Tian Wu ought to be familiar to the members of the Feng clan. But why do they just happen to not know Tian Wu? Duan Lingtian was extremely puzzled about this. But he didn't directly ask this Feng clan guard. "I'll wait until I see City Governor Feng or Tian Wu." Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The Feng clan estate was extremely vast, and it wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the Darkstone Empire's imperial palace. There were numerous servants and maidservants bustling about on the way. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian followed behind the Feng clan guard and headed all the way towards the east of the Feng clan estate. In the end, they stood before an exceedingly vast estate. This estate was an estate within an estate, and it stood within the Feng clan estate with its door tightly shut, as if it was completely isolated from everything outside. Young Master Ling Tian, this is the estate that the eldest master resides in. The Feng clan guard looked at Duan Ling Tian and spoke respectfully. Subsequently, he took 2 steps forward and knocked on the door of the estate. After a short moment, the door of the estate was slowly opened. An aged figure appeared behind the door. This was an old woman. The old woman had an aged appearance and wore green clothes, and she looked like a rotten old woman, but if one looked carefully, one would notice that there seemed to be 2 strands of bright lights leaping about in the depths of the old woman's eyes. This old woman wasn't simple. Senior Su. The Feng clan guard bowed respectfully when facing the old woman. Is there something you need? The old woman didn't even raise her head as she spoke indifferently. Senior. Before the Feng clan guard spoke, Duan Ling Tian couldn't refrain himself from speaking first.
He recognized this old woman. The old woman was none other than the Grandma Su he'd met in the Phoenix Nest City's city governor's estate that day. She was also someone that followed by Tian Wu's side. At that time, for the sake of Tian Wu, Grandma Su didn't even hesitate to kneel before him, and her loyalty to Tian Wu was something that the heavens and the earth could bear witness to. Duan Ling Tian had always felt respect towards Grandma Su. Duan Ling Tian's voice broke the slightly silent atmosphere at the scene. On the other hand, Grandma Su finally raised her head slowly, and she noticed Duan Ling Tian, who stood behind the Feng clan guard with a single glance. Young Master Ling Tian. Grandma Su's muddy eyes flickered with bright lights when she saw Duan Ling Tian, and she spoke out with slight pleasant surprise. On the other hand, when the Feng clan guard saw the old woman lose her composure and call out Duan Ling Tian's name, he truly realized that Duan Ling Tian wasn't simple. What a joke! He was extremely clear about who this old woman before him was. Supposedly, this old woman was once the personal servant girl by the side of the wife of the previous patriarch of the Feng clan, and she herself was an expert with extraordinary strength. Presently, even if it was the Feng clan's patriarch, he would still have to be respectful when facing her. She only had to say a single word to control the life and death of a Feng clan guard like him. Senior, long time no see. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled and nodded to Grandma Su, and it could be considered as a greeting. Grandma Su didn't mind and called out to Duan Ling Tian. Young Master Ling Tian, please come in. When Duan Ling Tian walked into the estate within the estate before him, he didn't forget to turn around and nod to the Feng clan guard. Sorry for the trouble. Young Master Ling Tian, you're too courteous. The Feng clan guard hurriedly replied humbly. The Feng clan guard only took a deep breath when the estate within the estate before him was closed, and then he turned around and left. His heart was filled with shock. Earlier, even if it was Senior Su, he was extremely respectful when facing that young man. Even those young masters of our Feng clan weren't treated like this by Senior Su. He wouldn't be the eldest master's illegitimate son, right? As he thought about this, the Feng clan guard couldn't help but guess in his heart. Of course, he only dared to guess. If he dared speak of this guess of his, then even if he had 10 lives, it still wouldn't be enough. Presently, Duan Ling Tian followed Grandma Su into the estate within the Feng clan estate, and this estate belonged to the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wu Dao. Young Master Ling Tian, when did you come to the capital? Grandma Su led Duan Ling Tian in as she asked. I've been here for some time. Duan Ling Tian smiled lightly, and then he asked. Senior, are City Governor Feng and Tian Wu here? Grandma Su shook her head. The eldest master and the young miss went out last month, and they'll probably be gone for some time. But they'll surely be able to rush back before the dynasty martial competition. They went out? Duan Ling Tian laughed bitterly. Looks like I've really come at the wrong time. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian was invited into the main hall at the center of the estate by Grandma Su, and she brewed a pot of tea for Duan Lingtian. There wasn't a single servant or maidservant in the entire estate, and it was cold and cheerless. Elder Kong isn't here as well? Duan Lingtian looked at the surroundings and asked. Grandma Su nodded. Elder Kong has gone out with the eldest master and the young miss. Young Master Ling Tian, you probably didn't come to the Dark Han Dynasty's capital especially for the sake of looking for the eldest master and the young miss, right? Duan Ling Tian had said earlier that he'd already arrived at the Dark Han Dynasty's capital for some time, and this obviously showed that Duan Ling Tian hadn't come here only for the sake of the Feng clan. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. I've precisely come for the Dynasty Martial Competition. Dynasty Martial Competition? Grandma Su was slightly surprised. Could it be that young Master Ling Tian has come representing the Darkstone Empire? Duan Ling Tian continued nodding. For a time, the gaze Grandma Su shot at Duan Ling Tian had completely changed. I never imagined that in a short few years, young Master Ling Tian's strength would actually improve so swiftly, and he even became eminent amongst the numerous young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire to obtain the qualifications to participate in the Dynasty Martial Competition. I was just lucky. Duan Ling Tian spoke modestly. Luck? Grandma Su shook her head. She'd lived for more than half her life, so she naturally wouldn't believe that this was luck. As expected of the man the young miss is destined to be. Extraordinary as expected. Chapter 636. Senior. Duan Ling Tian looked at Grandma Su and said curiously, I asked those Feng clan guards at the entrance of the Feng clan estate earlier. They seemed to not know of the existence of Tianwu. This was something that Duan Ling Tian was deeply puzzled about until now. Feng Tianwu was the daughter of the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao. Logically speaking, everyone in the Feng clan ought to know of her. But those Feng clan guards seemed as if they'd utterly not heard that the Feng clan possessed a figure like Feng Tianwu. This isn't strange. Grandma Su shook her head and said slowly, to a certain extent, the existence of the young miss isn't acknowledged by our Feng clan. In our Feng clan, only the people by the eldest master's side and the young miss's side, and some higher-ups of the Feng clan know of the young miss's existence. All along, the higher-ups of the Feng clan have intentionally concealed the existence of the young miss to the outside world. So, in the Feng clan, not to mention those clan generals, servants, and servant girls, even some young direct-line disciples don't know of the existence of the young Mississippi. As she finished speaking, Grandma Su sighed. Why did the Feng clan's higher-ups do this? Duan Ling Tian frowned. Because of the Feng clan's face. Grandma Su spoke slowly. Face? Duan Ling Tian was slightly puzzled. Could it be that Tianwu's existence can affect the Feng clan's face? What sort of explanation is this? If young Master Ling Tian has the time, then this old woman will disturb young Master Ling Tian. Allow young Master Ling Tian to understand the cause of this matter. Suddenly, Grandma Su sat down at the side. I have the time. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and he was filled with curiosity towards the cause of this matter. At this moment, Grandma Su slowly opened her mouth. Many years ago, beneath the imperial family in the Dark Han dynasty, there were two great clans that reigned supreme. These two great clans were respectively our Feng clan and the Long clan. Our Feng clan and Long clan have always been like fire and water. In the end, we even completely shed all pretenses and caused a storm of blood. The two great clans started an unprecedented battle. At that time, the battle between the two great clans was so intense that it was hard for ordinary people to imagine. The upper echelons of the two great clans all swore that they would exterminate the other clan, and completely exterminate the other clan's bloodline. 30 years ago, our Feng clan schemed against the Long clan and killed numerous void interpretation stage experts. Since then, the Long clan was suppressed by our Feng clan and was even almost annihilated by our Feng clan. And it was at that time that no one would have imagined that the son of our Feng clan's patriarch, the eldest young master of the Feng clan, would actually save the third young miss of the Long clan and even have deep feelings for her. When the old patriarch found out about this matter, it was already many years later. At that time, our Feng clan's eldest young master and Long clan's third young miss had already given birth to a daughter. That time, the old patriarch was angered to death. The Long clan's third young miss blamed herself and chose to commit suicide. At that time, only a single bloodline remained in the Long clan, and that was, when Grandma Su spoke up to hear, she was already sighing repeatedly. That was Tian Wu, right? Duan Ling Tian asked. Yes. Grandma Su nodded. As expected. Duan Lingtian's gaze was complicated. When Grandma Su spoke of this story, he'd guessed that the Feng clan's eldest young master in the story was Feng Wu Dao. Whereas the Long clan's third young miss was Tian Wu's mother. Tian Wu possessed the bloodline of both the Long clan and Feng clan. What happened after that? Did City Governor Feng protect Tian Wu? Duan Ling Tian asked. After arriving in this world for so long, he had a certain level of understanding towards some things in this world. A great clan like the Feng clan attached great importance to face. The Feng clan's old patriarch was angered to death because he felt that his son had brought shame to the Feng clan, and it was because he didn't teach his son well. Duan Ling Tian was able to imagine it. After Tian Wu's mother committed suicide, all the higher-ups of the Feng clan would surely cut off the last trace of the Long clan's bloodline for the sake of the vow the Feng clan had once made. Feng Tianwu. No. Grandma Su shook her head. At that time, even though the eldest young master's strength could be said to be at the top amongst his peers, he wasn't a match for that group of old fellows. At that time, it was the Lord Priest and Elder Kong that interfered and protected the young Mrs. life. But from that time onwards, the higher-ups of the Feng clan came to an agreement, to not allow outsiders to know of all this. Whereas the young miss was hidden away, and from then on, she followed by the side of the former eldest young master, the current eldest young master, and lived in seclusion. It was precisely because of this that very few people in the Feng clan knew of the young miss's existence. Grandma Su finished speaking in a single breath. Duan Ling Tian let out a long sigh. I truly never imagined that Tian Wu had such a complicated past. Does Tian Wu know of all this? She doesn't. Grandma Su shook her head, and her expression gradually became serious. Young Master Ling Tian, you must not mention this matter to the young miss no matter what. Otherwise, I'm afraid the young miss will find it difficult to accept. I understand. Duan Ling Tian nodded solemnly. He was able to imagine. If Tian Wu found out about this matter, she would probably be overwhelmed with pain. My grandfather was angered to death by me and my parents. Whereas my mother committed suicide because of the death of my grandfather, most importantly, the other half of the bloodline in her body belonged to the Long clan. Whereas the Long clan was annihilated by the Feng clan. If Tian Wu were to find out the truth of all this, then how would she deal with it? Duan Ling Tian found it difficult to imagine. So up until now, the best solution was to never allow Tian Wu to find out about this secret. She's truly a little girl with a fate full of misfortune. Her background is so pitiful, and she even possesses the fire spirit body. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt even more pity towards Feng Tianwu in his heart. Young Master Ling Tian, the young miss will be participating in the Dynasty Martial competition this time. At that time, the young miss will officially make an appearance before everyone. As Grandma Su spoke up to hear, she revealed a rare smile. Are the Feng clan higher-ups willing to allow Tian Wu to make an appearance before everyone? Duan Ling Tian asked. Now, it's already beyond their control. Grandma Su spoke slowly, and the space between her brows revealed strong confidence. It's beyond their control. Duan Ling Tian was first stunned, and then he recovered from his shock and guessed the meaning contained within Grandma Su's words. Looks like City Governor Feng doesn't have to care about the feelings of that group of Feng clan higher-ups anymore. But, even if Tian Wu makes an appearance before everyone, Her identity will probably be intentionally concealed. This was something Duan Lingtian could confirm. He believed it. As Tian Wu's father, for the sake of Tian Wu, City Governor Feng would absolutely not allow Tian Wu to know of her background. But there was one thing he could be sure of. That was, Tian Wu, the only daughter of the Feng clan's eldest master, would be known by the world from today onwards and receive great honor and favor. Tian Wu. Duan Lingtian was happy for Tian Wu as well. Tian Wu finally didn't have to conceal herself any longer. This little girl with a fate full of misfortune, I hope a method to deal with her fire spirit body can be found. Presently, my true age is almost approaching 30 years old. But up until now, there are still no signs of awakening an innate spirit body. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. Even though he'd been taken to be the man that Feng Tianwu was destined to be. But up until now, he was utterly unable to help Feng Tianwu deal with the latent threat of the fire spirit body. Perhaps, that prophecy is wrong after all. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Young Master Lingtian, why don't you stay here first and wait for the eldest master and the young miss to return? Grandma Su suggested. There's no need. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I have a place to stay. Since City Governor Feng and Tian Wu will return before the Dynasty Martial competition, then I'll naturally have the chance to meet them at that time. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian bid his farewells and left. Grandma Su sent Duan Lingtian all the way to the entrance of the Feng clan estate. This caused the group of guards at the entrance of the Feng clan estate to be dumbstruck. They only recovered from their shock when Grandma Su left and Duan Lingtian's figure vanished before their eyes. Senior Su actually personally sent this young master out. Who exactly is he? As someone by the side of the eldest master, Senior Su has always lived in seclusion. Even if it's the group of young masters and young misses in the clan, Senior Su doesn't pay the slightest attention to them. Yet this young man is able to make her treat him like this. It's truly shocking. Many Feng clan guards whispered in discussion. On the other hand, the Feng clan guard that brought Duan Lingtian in earlier maintained a calm expression from the beginning until the end. He wasn't surprised by everything that happened earlier. Because he'd noticed since long ago that the old woman had a respectful attitude towards the violet-clothed young man. Even though I didn't see City Governor Feng and Tian Wu when I came to the Feng clan this time, but I found out about Tian Wu's origins, so I didn't come here in vain. After Duan Lingtian left the Feng clan, he intended to return to the estate the Darkstone Empire had purchased in the Darkhan dynasty's capital. When he passed by a restaurant, there just happened to be two middle-aged men that walked past Duan Lingtian. The conversation between the two of them drew Duan Lingtian's attention. The Zhang clan is probably going to be in the limelight this time. That eldest young master of the Zhang clan that returned has already broken through to the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage at such a young age. It's truly shocking. Supposedly, the Zhang clan's eldest young master has already touched the threshold of the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage. He has a chance of breaking through to the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage when the Dynasty Martial competition begins. Looks like the Zhang clan will surely be able to obtain a position to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time. Eldest young master Zhang. Surnamed Zhang. For a time, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but recall that big brother Zhang, Zhang Shouyong, that he'd had some interactions with that day. Big brother Zhang seems to be a member of the Darkhan dynasty's Zhang clan. Could it be that the eldest young master Zhang they spoke of that has returned is big brother Zhang? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he strode out at the same time to stop the two people that were discussing animatedly. What are you doing? Chapter 637. I don't have any ill intent. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, then said, I just want to ask the two of you. Is the Zhang clan eldest young master you speak of called Zhang Shouyong? Exactly. The two middle-aged men's expressions eased up slightly when they saw Duan Lingtian only asked about this, and they nodded. Do the two of you know how to get to the Zhang clan? Duan Lingtian asked again. You know the Zhang clan eldest young master? Meanwhile, the two middle-aged men reacted to Duan Lingtian's question, and their faces contained slight seriousness. No matter if it was the Zhang clan or the Zhang clan eldest young master. To them, they were existences that were far beyond their reach. Yes. He's my friend. Now that I think about it, I haven't seen him for over 2 years. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian noticed. The gazes the two middle-aged men before him looked at him with were completely different. There was slight reverence in their gazes. The Zhang clan estate of the Zhang clan is in, go that way. In next to no time, the two middle-aged men hurriedly pointed the way to the Zhang clan to Duan Lingtian. Thank you. After he found out the location of the Zhang clan estate, Duan Lingtian thanked the two middle-aged men before leaving with large strides. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian arrived outside a spacious estate. This Zhang clan estate is slightly smaller than the Feng clan estate. Looks like there's a certain distance between the Zhang clan and the Feng clan in the capital of the Dark Han dynasty. Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. At the entrance to the Zhang clan estate, Duan Lingtian was stopped by a few Zhang clan guards. Who? What do you want? The Zhang clan guards looked vigilantly at Duan Lingtian. I'm looking for Big Brother Zhang, Zhang Shouyong. Duan Lingtian nodded to the Zhang clan guards and went straight to the point. You're a friend of the eldest young master. Instantly, the expressions of the Zhang clan guards eased up, and the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian seemed to contain slight respect. The eldest young master was a legend to these Zhang clan members. At that time, before the eldest young master left home, he was the top genius of their Zhang clan. This time, because of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, their eldest young master had returned to participate in the dynasty martial competition, and it had caused the confidence of their Zhang clan to increase greatly. As far as everyone in the Zhang clan was concerned, it wasn't difficult for their eldest young master to become eminent in the dynasty martial competition and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties with his strength. Now that they knew that the purple-clothed young man in front of them was their young master's friend, they naturally didn't dare to slight him. Why? Do you suspect that I'm an imposter? Your young master should be here, right? Bring me to him. If I'm an imposter, he'll be able to tell at a glance. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. No. We didn't mean that. That's right. We believe in you, young master. We believe in you. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Zhang family's guards panicked. What a joke. If the eldest young master found out that they suspected his friend, then wouldn't they lose a layer of skin in his rage? Young master, I'll bring you to see the eldest young master. In next to no time, a Zhang clan guard stood out and spoke respectfully to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded and followed behind this Zhang clan guard to enter the Zhang clan estate. Under the lead of the Zhang clan guard, Duan Lingtian moved all along the way through the Zhang clan estate before finally arriving outside a courtyard. Within the courtyard, there just happened to be a maidservant holding a broom walking out with large strides, and she'd obviously just cleaned up the courtyard. Is the eldest young master here? The Zhang clan guard asked the maidservant. The eldest young master has accompanied the eldest young madam to admire the flowers by the lake, said the maidservant. Subsequently, the Zhang clan guard brought Duan Lingtian to the other side. They passed through all the way and finally arrived nearby a spacious lake. This lake was obviously specially dug out by the Zhang clan, and it occupied a vast area, and there was a stone bridge that curved horizontally above it. The eldest young master is over there. The Zhang clan guard brought Duan Lingtian to the side of the lake, and he looked towards a pergola at the center of the lake as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. He'd seen it since long ago. In the distant pergola, there was a man and woman standing there, and they were admiring the clusters of flowers at the side of the pergola. Duan Lingtian wasn't unfamiliar to this man and woman. It was precisely Zhang Shouyong and his wife. Go ahead. I'll go over myself. Duan Lingtian nodded to the Zhang clan guard, and then he stepped onto the stone bridge and walked towards the pergola at the center of the lake. On the other hand, the Zhang clan guard didn't leave directly, and he stood on the spot as he silently watched Duan Lingtian walk towards the pergola. Now, he wanted to confirm if this violet-clothed young man knew the eldest young master of their Zhang clan. If he didn't, then it was equivalent to bringing in a ticking time bomb. If the eldest young master was enraged because of this, he would surely be unable to bear the consequences. Looks like I was thinking too much. In next to no time, the Zhang clan guard saw the eldest young master in the pergola greet the violet-clothed young man excitedly when he saw the violet-clothed young man. At this moment, the Zhang clan guard felt at ease and turned around to leave. At the side of the pergola, Duan Lingtian looked at the white-robed young man that came over to greet him. Big brother Zhang. Oh. Brother Lingtian, you've finally come. Zhang Shouyong walked over in large strides to arrive before Duan Lingtian, and his face revealed a brilliant smile. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian was welcomed into the pergola by Zhang Shouyong. Sister-in-law. Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Qiong who was in the pergola and greeted her with a light smile. Wang Qiong smiled as she replied, and then she said sensibly, both of you haven't seen each other for a long time, sit down and have a good chat. I'll go prepare fine wine and delicacies for both of you. As she spoke, Wang Qiong turned around and left. Big brother Zhang is truly fortunate to be able to encounter such a wonderful person like sister-in-law. Duan Lingtian praised as he looked at Wang Qiong's figure that vanished into the distance. In terms of fortune, how could I compare to brother Lingtian? Someone as outstanding as little sister Li Fei is only one of your two close female friends. Zhang Shouyong shook his head. What? Big brother Zhang, you want to find another one as well? Duan Lingtian teased. Go away. Kid, don't get me into trouble. Zhang Shouyong glared at Duan Lingtian, and then he called out to Duan Lingtian to sit at the stone table in the pergola. Brother Lingtian, you've probably been here for a long time, right? Why have you only come to look for me now? Zhang Shouyong looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. Duan Lingtian laughed embarrassedly. Even though I came to the Darkhan dynasty's capital a long time ago, I left for a period of time. I've only returned recently. Zhang Shouyong came to a sudden understanding, and then he said with a smile, I heard that amongst the young geniuses that came from the Darkstone Empire this time, there are some with good strengths. There's a person called Mo Xian that obtained the honor of being the #1 young expert in the Darkstone Empire during the Young Genius competition half a year ago? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Half a year ago, during the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire, Mo Xian was the last to appear, and he used a cultivation at the 3rd level of the Void Initiation stage to suppress the numerous young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire. Even Duan Lingtian at that time didn't dare rashly go head-to-head with him. Of course, it was only at that time. Presently, Duan Lingtian felt that he wasn't afraid of Mo Xian. Unless Mo Xian had a fortuitous encounter like him, otherwise, it was impossible for Mo Xian to compare to him now. Presently, his cultivation had already broken through to the 5th level of the Void Initiation stage, and his spiritual force had even attained the level of the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage. So long as a 7th level Void Initiation stage martial artist wasn't an inscription master, it would be impossible for the martial artist to escape the interference of the illusory space created by his soul skill, Thousand Illusions. Moreover, relying on the wind concept fragment, at the same time that Duan Lingtian's cultivation rose swiftly, his comprehension of wind concept wasn't slow in the slightest. Presently, Duan Lingtian's elementary wind concept had already been comprehended to the 5th level. 5th level Void Initiation stage cultivation, 5th level wind concept. Coupled with his spiritual force at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage. It was sufficient to allow Duan Lingtian to reign supreme amongst the numerous young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire. If it was said that amongst the other 9 young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire, the person he was most afraid of was undoubtedly his good friend, Su Li. Su Li had a mysterious and unfathomable master. Presently, Su Li's cultivation was probably not the fourth level of the void initiation stage that he saw the last time. After Su Li, the person that Duan Lingtian was more afraid of was Long Yun. Long Yun has a master as well, and his master isn't much inferior to Su Li's master. Perhaps, Long Yun's strength has already caught up to Mo Xian now. Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. As far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, unless Mo Xian had fortuitous encounters like him, Su Li, and Long Yun. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Mo Xian to surpass the three of them in his entire lifetime. Are you confident in defeating him now? Zhang Shouyong stared at Duan Lingtian with a gaze that contained deep meaning. I don't dare say I'm confident. I'll only know after I try. Duan Lingtian shrugged and spoke modestly. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian said with a smile, Big Brother Zhang, I heard that your cultivation has already broken through to the 8th level of the void initiation stage. When the Dynasty Martial competition arrives half a year from now, you even have a chance to break through to the 9th level of the void initiation stage? Zhang Shouyong smiled lightly. Not necessarily. Presently, I've only touched the threshold of the 9th level of the void initiation stage, and there's still quite a distance for me to break through. Big Brother Zhang, you're being modest. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and then he asked curiously. Big Brother Zhang, I wonder if your Earth concept. Right at this moment, an abrupt voice interrupted Duan Lingtian. Big Brother, I heard you have a friend. A calm voice sounded out from afar. The voice sounded to be calm, yet Duan Lingtian was able to sense a trace of jealousy and hatred that wasn't obvious. Duan Lingtian raised his head to look over. A robust young man around the age of 30 that wore blue clothes with a medium build walked over with large strides, and he walked into the pergola at the center of the lake in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Zhang Shouyong stood up and glanced indifferently at this person before introducing to Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, this is my second brother, Zhang Shouyuan. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded to the robust young man, Zhang Shouyuan. No matter what, this person was Zhang Shouyong's second brother, and he couldn't be rude. But in next to no time, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face froze. Chapter 638. Even a person made of clay had a temper. Zhang Shouyuan's attitude caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but frown. This is Big Brother Zhang's second brother. Right at this moment, a voice transmission entered clearly into Duan Lingtian's ears. Brother Lingtian, this is my second brother of the same father. He refused to accept me since a young age and made it difficult for me at all times. This time, I suddenly returned and seized his limelight, causing him to be even more displeased. But, his strength is inferior to me, yet he doesn't dare offend me directly. He's actually intentionally making it difficult for me by treating you like this now, you don't have to take it to heart. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that this was Zhang Shouyuan's voice transmission. So they're brothers of the same father. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. He was wondering why Zhang Shouyuan would have such a brother with his straightforward character. So it turned out that they grew up drinking milk from different mothers. No wonder. Big Brother Zhang, don't worry, I'm not to the extent of making a fuss about it with him. Duan Lingtian shrugged and replied via voice transmission. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out to envelop Zhang Shouyuan. He detected Zhang Shouyuan's cultivation at the first possible moment. 6th level of the void initiation stage. Needless to say, even though Zhang Shouyuan was slightly arrogant, his strength and natural talent weren't bad. His age wasn't much older than the young genius of the Darkstone Empire, Mo Xian, that had come to the capital with him, yet his cultivation seemed to have surpassed Mo Xian. Big brother, sit. And this. What's your name again? After Zhang Shouyuan gestured for Zhang Shouyuan to sit, he looked at Duan Lingtian and frowned as he picked his ear. I'm sorry, my memory is bad and I forgot your name. You ought to not mind introducing yourself again, right? Zhang Shouyuan looked at Duan Lingtian and narrowed his eyes as he asked with a smile. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Zhang Shouyuan as he spoke word by word. Duan Lingtian? This name isn't bad, it's arrogant enough. I just don't know if you're qualified to have such a crazy name. Zhang Shouyuan stared at Duan Lingtian with flowing light flickering in his eyes, and there was no lack of provocation. It's just a name. What qualifications do I need? Duan Lingtian shook his head and sat down again. He looked at Zhang Shouyong and said, Brother Zhang, we parted in a hurry last time, so I didn't have the chance to catch up with you. Today, after sister-in-law has prepared some good wine and delicacies, I will definitely drink with you until we're drunk. Good. Today, Brother Ling Tian and I will drink until we're drunk. Zhang Shouyong withdrew his gaze from Zhang Shouyuan and looked towards Duan Lingtian as he laughed heartily. On the other hand, the expression of Zhang Shouyuan who stood at the side darkened completely. What an arrogant brat! Zhang Shouyuan stared at Duan Lingtian with a fierce glint in his eyes. In his opinion, a kid who looked to be around 25 years old actually dared to give him a hard time. He was simply courting death. Did they really think that he, Zhang Shouyuan, was a sick cat? Big brother. Zhang Shouyuan looked at Zhang Shouyong and lightly smiled as he asked. Earlier, even though I was far away, I still heard you and this friend of yours discussing the dynasty martial competition. He seems to have become eminent in the Darkstone Empire and is a young genius that has come to participate in the dynasty martial competition of our Dark Han dynasty. So what if he is? Zhang Shouyong frowned and spoke with slight impatience. He was extremely clear about the ability of this second brother of his who shared the same father but a different mother. Now, he faintly realized that this second brother of his intended to do something. Moreover, it was targeted towards Duan Lingtian. He thought in his heart and was prepared. So long as this second brother of his dared act rashly, he would stop it at the first possible moment. In this way, even though this friend of yours is young, his strength is extremely high. It's even to the extent that his natural talent might be even stronger than you. Zhang Shouyuan continued. Brother Ling Tian's natural talent is naturally stronger than mine. Zhang Shouyong said. I truly never imagined that I, Zhang Shouyuan, would have the fortune to meet someone that even Big Brother feels inferior to. This is Brother Ling Tian, right? Zhang Shouyuan's face revealed a brilliant smile, and in the end, he looked at Duan Lingtian. Brother Ling Tian, my big brother admits that his natural talent is inferior to yours. I presume that even though you're young, your cultivation is surely extremely extraordinary. You're too kind. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently. The depths of Zhang Shouyuan's gaze flickered with a flowing light of his scheme succeeding, and he went straight to the point. Brother Ling Tian, why don't we have a spar before my sister-in-law has finished preparing the fine wine and delicacies? I really want to experience your strength. At this moment, Zhang Shouyuan had completely exposed his objective. Earlier, his flattery of Duan Lingtian was actually only setting the stage. What he was waiting for was precisely this moment. It would make it difficult for Duan Lingtian to refuse his challenge of a spar. Humph. A 6th-level void initiation stage martial artist like you bullying a young man over the age of 20. Don't you think it's shameful? Finally, Zhang Shouyong couldn't watch on any longer. Big brother, what you said is wrong. I only admire Brother Ling Tian's natural talent and strength, and I only want to have a spar with him. Zhang Shouyuan shook his head and stared at Duan Lingtian as he said slowly, Brother Ling Tian, are you willing to give me face and have a spar with me? A spar between us can stop when it's appropriate, and be sure not to harm our relationship. Of course, if Brother Ling Tian doesn't dare, then forget it. As he finished speaking, Zhang Shouyuan's voice became slightly strange, and it was slightly sarcastic. Brother Ling Tian, ignore him. Zhang Shouyong's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. He only wants to use you to strike a blow at me. If you agree, then you'll fall into his trap. But Zhang Shouyong's persuasion was obviously useless. You're Big Brother Zhang's second brother. Since you've spoken, I naturally won't refuse. I promise you that we'll have a spar. Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhang Shou Yuan and spoke word by word. Oh. Good. Brother Ling Tian is straightforward as expected. Zhang Shou Yuan laughed loudly, and his eyes were filled with the sheen of a scheme that had succeeded. Subsequently, Zhang Shou Yuan looked at the surroundings and said to Duan Ling Tian, Brother Ling Tian, even though we'll stop when it's appropriate, but because the space here is too small. If I'm careless and knock you into the lake and cause you to become a drenched rat, then you have to bear with it. As he finished speaking, Zhang Shou Yuan's eyes were filled with a mocking expression. It was as if he'd already seen the scenes of Duan Ling Tian being blasted into the lake by him and being drowned. Of course. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and then he said, but if you accidentally fall into the lake, then I hope you similarly bear with it. Of course. Zhang Shou Yuan replied with a smile, and he thought that Duan Ling Tian was only sulking with him when he spoke these words. He really didn't take a young man over the age of 20 seriously. As far as he was concerned. After Duan Ling Tian found out about his cultivation from his big brother, Duan Ling Tian still dared to agree to spar with him. It was none other than because Duan Ling Tian felt embarrassed and couldn't refuse. Actually, Duan Ling Tian was already prepared to be bashed by Zhang Shou Yuan. What he had to do now was cooperate with Duan Ling Tian and properly bash Duan Ling Tian, and make Duan Ling Tian enter the lake to sober up. In this way, he would be able to hold his head high before his big brother. If you want to blame someone, then blame yourself for getting acquainted with Zhang Shou Yuan and becoming friends with him. Zhang Shou Yuan's heart was filled with boundless ruthlessness. Since it's like this, then please begin. Duan Ling Tian left his seat and stood at the side of the pergola, and after he nodded to Zhang Shou Yuan, he waited for Zhang Shou Yuan to make a move. From the beginning until the end, Duan Ling Tian stood on the spot and didn't move like a mountain. Brother Ling Tian is straightforward as expected. Since it's like this, then I won't hold back. Zhang Shou Yuan replied as the origin energy on his body pulsated, and it converged even more onto his legs. For a time, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled in the sky above him before transforming into 8 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes that coiled down while accumulating force and waiting to be deployed. Suddenly, Zhang Shou Yuan moved. Swoosh! Zhang Shou Yuan's entire body seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that flashed directly towards Duan Ling Tian. In the sky above him, another 5 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared beside the 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. There seemed to be strands of blue-colored energy within the raging origin energy on Zhang Shou Yuan's body. 5th level water concept. At the instant Zhang Shou Yuan made a move, Zhang Shou Yang's heart rose to his throat, and his expression became slightly serious. He didn't know why Duan Ling Tian would so readily accept his second brother's challenge. But if Duan Ling Tian continued to persist, then it wasn't good for him to continue dissuading Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, as far as he was concerned, this was only a spar, and Duan Ling Tian would at most suffer some light injuries, and it wouldn't be anything serious. If his second brother dared attack ruthlessly, then he wouldn't stand by idly. Bring it on. When he saw Zhang Shou Yuan seem to have transformed into a gust of wind that blew over, Duan Ling Tian's eyes squinted, and 2 strands of faintly visible dim lights seemed to have appeared in the depths of his eyes. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force pierced into the soul brand in the depths of his soul. 1,000 illusions. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian utilized his soul skill. An illusory space was constructed by Duan Ling Tian, and it swept out to envelop the body of Zhang Shou Yuan who'd pounced over. At this instant, a tremendous change occurred in the world Zhang Shou Yuan was in. Zhang Shou Yuan was completely dumbstruck when he saw the scene before him. Heavens! What have I seen? The attack of his second brother, Zhang Shou Yuan, was about to cover the heavens and the earth as it descended onto Duan Ling Tian and was about to blast Duan Ling Tian flying. Right at the critical moment, Zhang Shou Yuan took the initiative to move aside. Accurately speaking, Zhang Shou Yuan turned to attack the air at the side, and he barely avoided Duan Lingtian, who stood on the spot without moving in the slightest. What's going on? The strange scene before him caused Zhang Shouyong to be dumbstruck. What's second young master doing? Meanwhile, in the surroundings of the pergola, many Zhang clan servants stopped what they were doing and stared blankly at the scene before them. The scene before them was difficult to imagine, and they only felt it was unbelievable. In next to no time, everyone saw it again. Duan Lingtian, your strength isn't bad indeed. But I won't play with you any longer. Chapter 639. At this moment, a grade 5 spirit saber had appeared out of thin air in Zhang Shouyuan's hand, and the spirit saber whistled out as it slashed towards the lake. Instantly, the saber light condensed from origin energy combined with 5th level water concept whistled out to descend into the lake and forcefully split the water in the lake into two. Bang! Waves of water splashed out and drenched the clothes of Zhang Shouyuan, who stood in midair. Second young master wouldn't have gone mad, right? Some of the spectating Zhang clan servants felt a chill run down their spines when they saw this scene, and chills ran down their spines. When had they seen a similar scene? In next to no time, Zhang Shouyuan struck out with his saber once more, and the saber light whistled out once more to descend into the lake. Instantly, waves of water arose once more in the lake and splashed out towards the surroundings. For a time, the group of servants in the surroundings of the pergola in the lake were drenched by the waves of water. But no one paid attention to this. The gazes of everyone were still on the Zhang clan's second young master, Zhang Shouyuan. What's going on? In the pergola in the lake, Zhang Shouyong looked at the scene before him and was unable to recover from his shock for a long time. When he saw his second brother attacking the air and attacking the lake as if he'd gone mad, he was completely dumbstruck as well. In the end, he recovered from his shock and couldn't help but look at the nearby Duan Lingtian. In next to no time, he noticed. Presently, Duan Lingtian looked at his second brother with a calm expression, and he seemed to not be surprised by everything that had occurred before his eyes. His heart couldn't help but tremble. All of this. Could it be that brother Lingtian controlled it all? For a time, traces of fear arose in Zhang Shouyong's heart. There was no need to make a move, yet he was able to play with a dignified 6th level void initiation stage martial artist in the palm of his hand. What ability is this? For the first time, he felt Duan Lingtian was so unfamiliar. He still remembered that when he met Duan Lingtian for the first time a few years ago, it was at the Eternal Jade restaurant in the ancient city of Everlast in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. At that time, Duan Lingtian was only an extremely ordinary martial artist in his eyes. At that time, even if he were to face 100 or 1,000 Duan Lingtian, he would not feel any pressure. But now, for the first time in his life, he felt powerless in front of Duan Lingtian. That young man from the past had now grown to such an extent that he was completely unable to fathom him. If brother Lingtian's methods can affect me, then I'm afraid I'm no match for him. Zhang Shouyong couldn't help but inwardly gasp. Moreover, the fear in his heart grew deeper and deeper along with the actions of his second brother, Zhang Shouyuan, and it was difficult to eliminate. Duan Lingtian, do you dare not dodge? Suddenly, Zhang Shouyuan shouted explosively. Under the gazes of everyone present, Zhang Shouyuan, who floated in the sky above the lake, lowered his head to look at the empty lake, and his eyes were suffused with a cold light. Let me see if you can continue fleeing. Whoosh! In the next moment, origin energy coiled around Zhang Shouyuan's body, and it was suffused with strands of dark blue-colored energy. His entire body seemed as if it was coiled by a layer of light mist, and he seemed to have transformed into a water dragon that charged into the lake with a bang. Zhang Shouyuan, who didn't put up an origin energy light barrier to resist the lake water, instantly became a drenched rat. Own! 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 Zhang Shouyuan didn't stop the movements of his hands while he was in the lake, and his spirit saber still swept out aimlessly in all directions. Instantly, the water in the entire lake splashed up and enveloped the entire lake and shore, and it seemed as if it was raining. Only the pergola at the center wasn't affected. Duan Ling Tian. Zhang Shou Yuan roared ceaselessly, and every time the spirit saber in his hand flashed out, he would shout out in shock, as if he was using this to boost his courage. The surrounding Zhang clan servants and maidservants grew in number. What's the second young master doing? The second young master wouldn't have really gone mad, right? It shouldn't be. In my opinion, he ought to be performing artificial rain for the eldest young master and the eldest young master's friends. With the relationship between the second young master and eldest young master, do you think there's such a possibility? The group of servants and maidservants discussed animatedly. The surrounding people grew in number, and in the end, many Zhang clan disciples came over after hearing the news. When they saw the scene before their eyes, they were completely dumbstruck. Second young master! Second young master! Many people charged into the lake with the intention of waking Zhang Shou Yuan up. But unfortunately, they hadn't even approached when they were struck by Zhang Shou Yuan's saber, and they could only retreat in panic, and all of them were terrified to the point their faces went ghastly pale. What's wrong with the second young master? Why doesn't he even recognize us? When he sees us, he's like a hunter that has seen his prey, and he wishes for nothing more than to swallow us up. Could it be that it's really as they said, the second young master has gone mad? The group of Zhang clan disciples looked at each other. In the end, the surroundings of the lake was practically filled with people. Everyone was watching Zhang Shou Yuan's performance. Yuan! Suddenly, a middle-aged woman in luxurious clothes flashed over, and in the blink of an eye, she'd arrived nearby Zhang Shou Yuan who was in the lake. Her expression was especially unsightly. But when facing the middle-aged woman, Zhang Shou Yuan still ceaselessly struck out with his saber, and saber lights whistled out to sweep towards the middle-aged woman. Whoosh! With a raise of her hand, a spirit sword appeared in the middle-aged woman's hand, and her origin energy raged as sword concept followed like a shadow to obliterate Zhang Shou Yuan's saber lights. The middle-aged woman's cultivation surpassed Zhang Shou Yuan, and she'd already stepped into the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage. It wasn't just that, she'd even comprehended 6th level sword concept. Coupled with a grade 5 spirit sword, she suppressed Zhang Shou Yuan. Second young master has really gone mad. She's his mother. Many Zhang clan members in the surroundings were dumbstruck when they saw this scene. The middle-aged woman that appeared now was none other than the wife of the Zhang clan's patriarch, Zhang Shou Yuan's mother. Of course, this was the second wife of the Zhang clan's patriarch. The first wife was the mother of their Zhang clan's eldest young master, Zhang Shou Yong, and she'd passed away from illness many years ago. Yuan, look clearly, I'm your mother. Every single time the middle-aged woman attacked, sword lights would arrive like a shadow and disperse Zhang Shou Yuan's attacks. She ceaselessly wanted to rouse Zhang Shou Yuan, yet Zhang Shou Yuan utterly paid no attention to her. At this moment, Zhang Shou Yuan seemed as if he'd gone mad. What exactly is going on? The middle-aged woman's expression was unsightly to the extreme, and she had no choice but to swing the spirit sword in her hand, causing dazzling sword lights to skyrocket to sweep towards her son, Zhang Shou Yuan, and suppress him. Subsequently, she approached Zhang Shou Yuan before withdrawing her sword and raising her hand to directly knock Zhang Shou Yuan unconscious. The curtains to the farce had been drawn. On the other hand, the lake that waves ceaselessly surged gradually recovered its calm. Second mother. In the pergola at the center of the lake, Zhang Shou Yong glanced indifferently at the middle-aged woman and nodded, and it could be considered as greeting her. What's going on? The middle-aged woman stared at Zhang Shou Yong, and a trace of coldness seemed to jump about in the depths of her eyes as she asked with a low voice. Second mother is asking me, how would I know? Zhang Shou Yong lightly shook his head as he spoke indifferently. You! The middle-aged woman's expression was unsightly to the extreme when she saw Zhang Shou Yong speaking so half-heartedly, and she was angered to the point her body started trembling. The Duan Ling Tian that my son has always been shouting about ought to be this person by your side, right? In the end, The middle-aged woman's gaze descended onto the violet-clothed young man by Zhang Shouyong's side as she asked with a low voice. Exactly. Zhang Shouyong nodded, and then he lightly smiled as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, let me introduce you. This is the wife of our Zhang clan's patriarch, and she's also my second mother. Zhang Shouyong emphasized the two words second mother. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that the relationship between Zhang Shouyong and this second mother of his didn't seem to be very good. Of course, he didn't feel that Zhang Shouyong was unfilial. Since this middle-aged woman appeared, knocked out Zhang Shouyuan, and then spoke to Zhang Shouyong, she'd always been arrogant and had a superior appearance. Even though he was only a spectator, he felt slightly uncomfortable in his heart. Perhaps, in the eyes of this woman, only a son that was related to her by blood was her son, and only then would she dote on him in every possible way. A son of her husband's ex-wife like Zhang Shouyong was like a stranger in her eyes. So it's Madam, Duan Lingtian greets you. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the middle-aged woman as he spoke slowly. His tone didn't contain the slightest fluctuation of emotion, and it was as if he was speaking to an unimportant person. Duan Lingtian, right? The middle-aged woman stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian as she asked with a low voice. What exactly happened earlier? Why would my son be like that? All of this was caused by you. The middle-aged woman's words were filled with a questioning tone. If one didn't know better, one would think that she was interrogating a criminal. Duan Lingtian frowned. The middle-aged woman's arrogant manner made him very unhappy. However, when he heard the middle-aged woman's words, Duan Lingtian still smiled. Madam, you think too highly of me. Do you think that I have the ability to do that? The middle-aged woman took a deep breath, and the doubt in her eyes deepened. She still couldn't figure out what had happened earlier. How did her son suddenly become like that? Earlier, her son had been playing in the lake like a madman. It was more like a monkey for everyone to see. As his mother, she felt utterly embarrassed. Then why did my son call out your name? What happened before that? The middle-aged woman clearly did not intend to let Duan Lingtian off so easily, and she continued to question him in a low voice. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was not surprised by the middle-aged woman's questioning. He said unhurriedly, I'll have to start from when I looked for Big Brother Zhang to reminisce about old times. Madam, do you want me to elaborate? When he reached the end of his sentence, Duan Lingtian glanced at the middle-aged woman with a faint smile on his face. Speak. The middle-aged woman grunted in a low voice. Duan Lingtian nodded, then slowly said, Today, I came to the Zhang clan to reminisce about old times with Big Brother Zhang. Second young master's sudden arrival caused Big Brother Zhang and I to be slightly surprised. After Big Brother Zhang introduced me to second young master seemed to be extremely interested in me, and he spoke of wanting to spar with me. Chapter 640. On the other hand, the gazes of the surrounding crowd of spectators became slightly strange. They'd never imagined that such a thing had occurred earlier. But when they recalled the scene from before, they realized that the development of the matter didn't seem to be so smooth. Something seemed to have occurred on the side of the second young master, Zhang Shouyuan. Second young master warmly invited me to spar with him and said not to overdo it. I naturally couldn't refuse. Duan Lingtian continued. But who would have imagined that right when the second young master made a move against me, he suddenly seemed as if he was possessed by something, and he abandoned me and charged towards the lake instead. He kept shouting my name loudly and kept attacking the lake, as if he'd gone mad. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he looked at the woman. Madam, could it be that the second young master has really gone mad? You. The woman was angered to the point her expression was unsightly to the extreme. She kept having the feeling that the course of the matter was absolutely not so simple. No one knew her son better than her. She was sure that her son hadn't gone mad. Everything that had occurred earlier was absolutely related to the violet-clothed young man before her. But now, even if she spoke of her thoughts, would anyone believe her? Not to mention others, even she found it difficult to explain why the violet-clothed young man was able to make her son suddenly seem as if he'd gone mad and charge into the lake by himself before attacking the air and the lake water like a madman. You've really made a good friend. In the end, the woman glared at Duan Lingtian, and then she glanced deeply at Zhang Shouyong before taking the unconscious Zhang Shouyuan and leaving while gnashing her teeth slightly. For a time, a wave of booing arose from the surrounding crowd of spectators. The second young master surely has ill intentions when looking for this guest of the eldest young master to spar, and it's even to the extent that he wants to use him to strike a blow at the eldest young master. This isn't difficult to guess. But perhaps the second young master never imagined that the outcome would be like this. Yeah, if he knew beforehand, he would surely not act in that way. The second young master has really lost face this time. Didn't you see the madam's expression turn dark earlier? The surrounding crowd of spectators guessed what had happened. It wasn't a secret in the Zhang clan that the second young master and eldest young master were on bad terms. Disperse. A brilliant smile appeared on Zhang Shouyong's face when he saw that the woman had suffered a setback. Soon after, he looked towards the group of people around the lake and instructed. Immediately, the crowd of onlookers dispersed. For a moment, the entire lake and the pavilion in the middle of the lake regained their tranquility. Brother Ling Tian, I truly never imagined that after not seeing you for so many years, you've actually grasped such a terrifying ability. You utterly don't have to make a move against a 6th-level void initiation stage martial artist before being able to toy with him in the palm of your hand. Zhang Shouyong asked Duan Lingtian to sit down and sighed. I was just lucky. Duan Lingtian said modestly. Brother Lingtian, you're too humble. I've never seen or heard of such a method of yours before. Looks like it isn't difficult for you to advance in the dynasty martial competition this time with your strength. In the end, Zhang Shouyong was full of confidence in Duan Lingtian. I also hope to advance and see the young experts of the other 9 dynasties. Duan Lingtian smiled. Presently, his cultivation was at the 5th level of the void initiation stage. Relying on origin stones, if nothing unexpected happened, he ought to be able to break through to the 6th level of the void initiation stage before the dynasty martial competition half a year from now arrived. At that time, his spiritual force would advance to the 8th level of the void initiation stage. Perhaps, relying on my 8th level void initiation stage spiritual force to execute the soul skill, 1000 illusions, would be sufficient to become eminent in the Darkhan dynasty's dynasty martial competition. But during the dynasty martial competition, there would surely be no lack of experts from the various empires and dynasties amongst the spectators. There would surely be many inscription masters amongst these people. Their spiritual forces would surely be on the group of young geniuses that were competing for the dynasty martial competition at all times. In the past, even though there were inscription masters present in the young genius competition of the Darkstone Empire and the genius competition of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there weren't many. Moreover, the level of their spiritual forces was limited, and it was difficult for them to see through the soul skill, 1000 illusions, that I combined my spiritual force with my soul brand. But in the Darkhan dynasty, there would surely be inscription masters capable of seeing through the soul skill, 1000 illusions, that I executed. Once my soul skill, 1000 illusions, is exposed, I'm afraid I'll bring disaster upon myself. Those inscription masters would surely be interested in the soul skill, 1000 illusions, that I possess. So during the dynasty martial competition, besides being unable to rashly utilize high-grade spirit weapons, I can't even utilize the soul skill, 1000 illusions. In his previous life, Duan Lingtian was a mercenary that walked out from a mountain of corpses and an ocean of blood, and he understood the principle that the hearts of men were sinister. In this lifetime, he'd even fused with the memories of the Emperor Wu of Samsara, causing his thoughts to be even more meticulous. He didn't allow himself to be placed in an unknown danger. So, he made a decision. No matter if it was the dynasty martial competition or the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, if he didn't have absolute confidence in not being noticed by others, he wouldn't rashly utilize the soul skill, 5,000 illusions. I hope I'll be able to smoothly break through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage during the Dynasty Martial competition. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to become eminent. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. Now, I only hope that Pavilion Master Xiang will be able to help me obtain a spirit fruit used by Void Initiation stage martial artists before the Dynasty Martial competition, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. As for the ageless root, Duan Lingtian didn't dare think about it. Of course, if he was really able to obtain the ageless root, Duan Lingtian would surely be overjoyed. Obtaining the ageless root meant that he would be able to refine the rebirth pill. With his current cultivation, he was perhaps unable to digest even 1/10,000 of the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, but even if it was less than 1/10,000 of the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, it would surely be sufficient to allow him to advance a few levels. I'm currently at the 5th level of the Void Initiation stage. If I'm able to consume the rebirth pill, I don't dare say I'll be able to break through to the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage in a short period of time, but the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage would surely not have any suspense. This was something that Duan Lingtian was extremely sure of. The Emperor Wu of Samsara had once consumed a rebirth pill, and he was extremely clear about how terrifying the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill was. But unfortunately, obtaining the ageless root isn't a simple matter. Now, I don't dare think about obtaining the ageless root before the Dynasty Martial competition. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. I only hope that I'm able to obtain the ageless root before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties begins and refine the rebirth pill from there. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for me to stand out and become eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. In next to no time, Wang Qiong brought along a few servant girls that carried fine wine and delicacies into the pergola at the center of the lake. Sister-in-law, sit down as well. Duan Lingtian smiled as he called out to Wang Qiong when he saw the servant girls put down the fine wine and delicacies. Wang Qiong replied and sat by Zhang Shouyong's side, and there was slight worry mixed between her brows as she looked at Zhang Shouyong. I heard the madam came over earlier. Wang Qiong had obviously heard of what happened earlier. Wang Qiong was obviously slightly afraid of the Zhang clan's patriarch's wife. Yes. Zhang Shouyong nodded. There's no need to care about her. Even if she suspects that Brother Ling Tian did it, she doesn't have any proof, and no one will believe her. Wang Qiong heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this. Big Brother Zhang, sister-in-law, long time no see. Let me toast both of you. Duan Lingtian raised his wine cup as he looked at Zhang Shouyong and Wang Qiong, and he smiled lightly. Oh. All right. Zhang Shouyong laughed heartily as he hurriedly raised his wine cup to return the toast. For a time, the atmosphere in the pergola at the center of the lake rose, and Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong chatted happily. Little sister Fei still hasn't returned. After 3 rounds of wine, Wang Qiong asked Duan Lingtian. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and then he said with a smile, this time, I intend to use the opportunity of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties to head to the foreign lands. At that time, I'll go look for little Fei. Wang Qiong nodded. Duan Lingtian's words were undoubtedly filled with confidence towards himself, and he was confident that he would be able to become eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and join the powers of the foreign lands. At that time, you and I can go together. Zhang Shouyong laughed loudly. After the 3 of them finished the fine wine and delicacies, Duan Lingtian looked at the wine gourd on Zhang Shouyong's waist, and his brows raised. Big Brother Zhang, this wine gourd is your current weapon? You intend to use the dynasty martial competition and the martial competition of the 10 dynasties against your enemies? Zhang Shouyong said with a smile, Brother Ling Tian, I seem to have introduced it to you that day, right? Don't look down on it. It's a grade 5 spirit weapon. I know. Duan Ling Tian nodded. At that time, Big Brother Zhang even said that this wine gourd of yours is able to hold 5,000 kilograms of wine. But, all the young geniuses in the Dynasty Martial competition surely possess a grade 5 spirit weapon. Even if it's a grade 4 spirit weapon, I'm afraid many young geniuses possess one. I know. Zhang Shouyong nodded, and then he sighed. Our Zhang clan gave me a grade 4 spirit weapon not long ago. But, I'm used to using this wine gourd, and I'm really not used to using other grade 4 spirit weapons. As he finished speaking, Zhang Shouyong stretched out his hand to stroke the wine gourd on his waist, as if he was stroking his second lover. The status of this wine gourd in Zhang Shouyong's heart could be seen from this. Big brother Zhang, have you thought of asking a grade 4 weapons craftsman to help you improve this wine gourd to a grade 4 spirit weapon? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. I've naturally thought of this, and I even mentioned it to my father. But unfortunately, that grade 4 weapons craftsman that's familiar with our Zhang clan is only skilled in refining grade 4 spirit weapons like blades and swords, and he doesn't have the confidence to refine a different grade 4 spirit weapon like the wine gourd. Zhang Shouyong spoke with slight regret. Big brother Zhang, go look for some materials, and then give me the materials and this wine gourd. I'll give you a brand new wine gourd in a few days, how about it? Duan Lingtian spoke to Zhang Shouyong with a smile on his face from the beginning until the end. Zhang Shouyong was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he said with slight surprise, Brother Lingtian, you know a grade 4 weapons craftsman? Chapter 641. Earlier, when he saw Duan Lingtian execute an ability that was difficult to see through, Zhang Shouyong was already extremely shocked. Now, based on Duan Lingtian's words, he seemed to know a grade 4 weapons craftsman, and it caused him to be even more shocked. He suddenly felt. The little fellow that he had to take care of all those years ago had already truly grown up. Perhaps it won't be long before he'll be able to surpass me. Wait. Perhaps he's already surpassed me now. Zhang Shouyong sighed in his heart. In terms of age, compared to Duan Lingtian, he was almost 10 years older. But his natural talent and ability was something he felt ashamed of being inferior to. Not to mention anything else, just the ability Duan Lingtian used to deal with his second brother, Zhang Shouyuan, from the beginning until the end, he wasn't able to clearly see what was going on. If it wasn't for him seeing Duan Lingtian's composure at that time and realizing that it was Duan Lingtian's ability, he would have been completely clueless. Otherwise, he would really be the same as the crowd of spectators at that time and think that Zhang Shouyuan himself had gone mad. Grade 4 weapons craftsman. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh in his heart when he heard Zhang Shouyong. He wasn't a grade 4 weapons craftsman now. Presently, his cultivation had broken through to the void initiation stage and was already capable of condensing a grade 3 weapon flame. So long as he had sufficient materials, he was completely capable of refining a grade 3 spirit weapon. But he didn't expose it for now. Sort of. Zhang Shouyong was slightly unable to understand what Duan Lingtian meant. But he saw the strong confidence contained within Duan Lingtian's eyes at this moment, as if confident that he would surely be able to return him a brand new grade 4 spirit weapon, the wine gourd. For a time, his breathing became hurried. Brother Lingtian, what materials do you need? I'll go look for them right away. Zhang Shouyong was slightly impatient. Even in his dreams, he wanted to upgrade the wine gourd he carried with him to a grade 4 spirit weapon. Now that he saw hope, he naturally wouldn't miss it. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, and with a raise of his hand, he withdrew a brush and paper from his spatial ring. Duan Lingtian waved his brush and wrote a dense number of words on a piece of white paper in a flamboyant style. If there was a high-grade weapon refiner here, he would definitely be shocked to see the materials written by Duan Lingtian. This was because the materials Duan Lingtian had written down were all materials required to craft a grade 3 spirit weapon. Some of the materials were even the main materials required to refine grade 3 spirit weapons. However, Zhang Shouyong was unaware of all this. As the saying goes, every profession has its own specialization. Although his martial Dao talent was high, he knew nothing about the Dao of weapon refinement. That's all. Soon, Duan Ling Tian put away his brush. He wrote down a pile of materials. Apart from some materials needed to help Zhang Shouyong upgrade the grade of the Spirit Artifact Gourd, there were also some materials needed to upgrade the Grade 4 Spirit Artifact Medicinal Cauldron in his possession. He believed that with the Zhang clan's ability, they would be able to gather these materials very quickly. I'll go collect them now. Zhang Shouyong received the paper in Duan Lingtian's hand and hurriedly stood up, and he was slightly impatient. But before he left, he seemed to have thought of something, and he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "Brother Ling Tian, why don't you stay in our Zhang clan estate for a period of time? After I've finished collecting these materials, you can leave with my Spirit Artifact Gourd and go look for that weapons refinement Grandmaster?" "Sure." Duan Ling Tian nodded and agreed. As far as he was concerned, there wasn't much of a difference between staying in the Zhang clan estate and returning to the Darkstone Empire's estate in the capital. Moreover, he was only familiar with Su Li over there. On the other hand, Su Li had been elusive recently, and he rarely had any interactions with Su Li. Instead, he had Zhang Shouyong to drink and chat with in this Zhang clan estate, and it was rather pleasant. "Qiong, return to the courtyard and prepare a guest room for Brother Ling Tian. I'll go collect these materials for weapon refinement." In next to no time, Zhang Shouyong spoke to Wang Qiong before leaving hastily. The matter was related to the grade of his wine gourd, so he didn't dare dally. "Brother Ling Tian, I've embarrassed myself in front of you." Wang Qiong spoke with slight embarrassment when she saw her husband leave hastily. "It's fine. I can understand Big Brother Zhang's feelings." Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian was led by Wang Qiong to return to the courtyard she and Zhang Shouyong resided in. The courtyard was extremely spacious, and there were many unused rooms. Wang Qiong got 2 servant girls to clean up a room for Duan Ling Tian before allowing Duan Ling Tian to stay. "See if there's anything you need, feel free to ask." After Duan Ling Tian stayed, Wang Qiong spoke with a light smile. "All right." Duan Ling Tian replied. "I'll be troubling sister-in-law." "It's no trouble." Wang Qiong shook her head, and then she left the room. "Brother Ling Tian, rest well, I'll be leaving first." After Wang Qiong left, she closed the door behind her. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged on the bed instead, and he held the wind concept fragment in his hand before withdrawing a mid-grade origin stone and starting to cultivate. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Earth Dragon Form. Duan Ling Tian was completely immersed in his cultivation, and he'd forgotten the time. After the mid-grade origin stone was consumed, Duan Ling Tian withdrew another mid-grade origin stone and continued cultivating. Coupled with the assistance of the wind concept fragment, his cultivation and wind concept were improving at an extremely swift speed. During this period of time, Duan Ling Tian would occasionally feel hungry, and he'd leave his room to eat. On the other hand, Wang Qiong would get someone to specially prepare delicacies for him every single time. When one cultivated to Duan Ling Tian's current level, one was already capable of abstaining from eating to a certain extent, and one was able to only eat after a long period of time, and it wouldn't affect one's body in the slightest. Duan Ling Tian forgot the time while cultivating. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Ling Tian woke up from his cultivation. Another mid-grade origin stone is gone. As he looked at the stone in his hand that had lost the spirit energy of the heaven and earth and seemed to be dim and lusterless, Duan Ling Tian shook his head, and he casually tossed the stone aside. Then, another mid-grade primordial stone appeared in his hand. Right when Duan Ling Tian intended to continue cultivating. "Brother Ling Tian." Duan Ling Tian heard a wave of voices from outside the door. This voice wasn't unfamiliar to Duan Ling Tian, it was precisely Zhang Shouyong's voice. "Big Brother Zhang has returned." Duan Ling Tian left his bed and opened the door. Outside the door, Zhang Shouyong was shockingly standing there. "Big Brother Zhang." Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled to Zhang Shouyong. "Brother Ling Tian, I found all the materials you wanted. Here." With a raise of his hand, Zhang Shouyong passed a spatial ring that had already removed its ownership to Duan Lingtian. So fast? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. It's already been a month, how is this fast? Zhang Shouyong didn't take it seriously when he heard Duan Lingtian. After all, during this past month, besides utilizing the connections of the Zhang clan to search for that pile of materials, he himself had personally gone all over to search for these materials. This also caused him to not return many times in this past month. But Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. It's been a month. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. He never imagined that so many days had passed. He, who'd always been immersed in cultivation, thought that only 10+ days had passed since he came to look for Zhang Shouyong that day. After receiving the spatial ring from Zhang Shouyong, Duan Lingtian looked at the wine gourd on Zhang Shouyong's waist. "Big brother Zhang, give me your spirit weapon gourd." "All right." Zhang Shouyong hurriedly nodded, then took off the wine gourd and passed it to Duan Lingtian. "Brother Lingtian." Right at this moment, Zhang Shouyong hesitated for a moment before saying, "During the process of searching for those materials, I heard a grade 5 weapons craftsman say. Amongst those materials, a portion of them are of extremely high grade, and it's even useless to refine a grade 4 spirit weapon." "What? Big brother Zhang is worried that I'll cheat you of your materials?" Duan Lingtian started laughing. "Of course not." Zhang Shouyong hurriedly shook his head. "I didn't mean it like that. I'm just curious. That person is only a grade 5 weapons craftsman after all, and in terms of knowledge, he's naturally unable to compare to that grade 4 weapons craftsman that brother Lingtian knows." As he finished speaking, Zhang Shouyong's tone contained slight flattery. After all, his spirit weapon gourd still required the help of that grade 4 weapons craftsman to improve its grade. Big brother Zhang, actually, that grade 5 weapons craftsman isn't wrong." Duan Lingtian laughed loudly. Zhang Shouyong was stunned. "But, big brother Zhang, you're mistaken about one thing. I didn't ask for these materials from you to ask someone to help you improve your spirit weapon gourd to a grade 4 spirit weapon." After the smile on Duan Lingtian's face vanished, he slowly spoke. "Not to improve it to a grade 4 spirit weapon?" Duan Lingtian's words caused Zhang Shouyong to be unable to react for a moment. This time, Duan Lingtian didn't reply to Zhang Shouyong, and instead lightly smiled as he looked at the latter, waiting for him to react. In next to no time, Zhang Shouyong finally reacted. Brother Lingtian. You. The weapons craftsman you're looking for wouldn't be a grade 3 weapons craftsman, right?" Zhang Shouyong's breathing became hurried, and he panted heavily as he spoke. "That's right." Duan Lingtian nodded. "The weapons craftsman I'm looking for is indeed a grade 3 weapons craftsman. Big brother Zhang, when you see this spirit weapon gourd of yours again, it will undergo a tremendous change." As Duan Lingtian spoke, he shook the wine gourd in his hand. "An earth-shattering change?" Zhang Shouyong's chest rose and fell with excitement, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. He knew the meaning behind Duan Lingtian's words. "I'm going to have a grade 3 spirit weapon." At this moment, Zhang Shouyong even felt as if he was dreaming. But he quickly realized that all this wasn't a dream, and it was real. "Big brother Zhang, I'll be leaving first. I'll come look for you again a month from now. At that time, I'll bring your spirit weapon gourd back to you as well." With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian put away Zhang Shouyong's wine gourd, then bid farewell to Zhang Shouyong before leaving the room with large strides. On the other hand, Zhang Shouyong, who recovered from his shock, personally sent Duan Lingtian out of his own courtyard and out of the Zhang clan estate. "Big brother Zhang, just wait properly." At the entrance of the Zhang clan estate, Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled as he looked at Zhang Shouyong, whose eyes were still mixed with excitement, then he turned around and left. Chapter 642. After Duan Lingtian left the Zhang clan estate, he naturally didn't go look for a grade 3 weapons craftsman. Not to mention he didn't know any grade 3 weapons craftsman. Even if he did, he wouldn't go look for one. After all, he himself was a grade 3 weapons craftsman. With the grade 3 weapon flame he currently possessed, he was entirely capable of refining a grade 3 spirit weapon himself. Relying on the lifetime of experience of Samsara Emperor Wu in weapon refinement, he was capable of refining a grade 3 spirit weapon that was even more outstanding than a grade 3 spirit weapon refined by an ordinary weapons craftsman. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian found an inn in the capital to stay at. The first thing he did after staying at the inn was to take out the spatial ring Zhang Shouyong gave him earlier and withdraw a large pile of materials from within. These materials were precisely the pile of materials he'd asked Zhang Shouyong to prepare. "I'll increase the grade of the cauldron first." Duan Lingtian wasn't in a hurry to help Zhang Shouyong increase the grade of the spirit weapon bottle gourd, and instead took out his grade 4 spirit weapon cauldron and combined it with a small portion of the materials to increase its grade. Hiss! A strand of violet-colored flames burned on Duan Lingtian's palm. Moreover, a layer of copper edges could be seen jumping around this violet-colored flame, violet-copper weapon flame. A flame like this was precisely the grade 3 weapon flame. After a short moment, the cauldron and the pile of materials transformed into puddles of liquid under the sweep of the weapon flame, and they separated into the surroundings and floated in the air. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's hands started moving, and the speed became faster and faster. Whoosh! 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 Duan Lingtian's hands were swift to the extreme, and some afterimages could be vaguely seen. If a high-grade weapons craftsman was here, he would surely be greatly shocked when he saw the scene before his eyes. Only because Duan Lingtian was executing an extremely complicated weapon refinement technique now. This complicated weapon refinement technique was profound and unfathomable, and ordinary people were unable to see through it. One could imagine that a grade 3 spirit weapon refined with such a weapon refinement technique would surely be extremely outstanding. An hour passed. The puddles of liquid started to merge into one. 2 hours passed. 3 hours passed. After a full 7 hours, Duan Lingtian finally stopped. At the same time, a medicinal cauldron flickering with a faint bronze luster slowly descended from the air. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian raised his hand and easily caught the medicinal cauldron. Grade 3 Spirit Artifact Cauldron. Looking at the cauldron in his hand, Duan Lingtian smiled. With this cauldron, it meant that as long as he had sufficient materials, he would be able to refine grade 3 pills. After putting away the medicinal cauldron, Duan Lingtian wasn't in a hurry to continue refining Zhang Shouyong's gourd. Instead, he went to the window of the inn and opened it. At this time, Duan Lingtian realized that the sky was already filled with red clouds. It was obviously evening. I didn't expect it to take so long. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After washing up, Duan Lingtian lay on the bed and slept. Refining a grade 3 spirit artifact required concentration and couldn't slack off in the slightest, so, the current Duan Lingtian was slightly exhausted. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian fell asleep. He slept until he woke up naturally. After waking up, Duan Lingtian noticed that it was already the afternoon of the next day. Subsequently, he directly got off the bed and stretched his arms and legs, and his face revealed a brilliant smile. I haven't had such a good sleep in a long time. After leaving the inn and going to a nearby restaurant to have a meal, Duan Lingtian returned to his room and started refining the second grade 3 spirit artifact. Before refining the second grade 3 spirit artifact, he withdrew Zhang Shouyong's gourd spirit artifact. The gourd spirit artifact was a grade 5 spirit artifact. What Duan Lingtian wanted to do now was to upgrade it to a grade 3 spirit artifact. This type of spirit artifact is more troublesome than ordinary spirit artifacts like swords and sabers. Even the materials required are varied. Looking at the gourd spirit artifact in his hand, Duan Lingtian shook his head. As far as he was concerned, this type of gourd spirit artifact was truly flashy without substance. The materials required to refine this type of spirit artifact was sufficient for him to refine a few spirit swords and spirit sabers of the same grade. Hiss. With a raise of his hand, a strand of violet copper flame once again lit up on Duan Lingtian's palm. In next to no time, the gourd spirit artifact transformed into a pool of liquid in his hand. As for the other materials required, they transformed into pools of liquid within his weapon flame as well. Duan Lingtian's hand ceaselessly moved, and an extremely profound weapon refinement technique appeared once more. Presently, with a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into the thousand-hand Buddha, and the speed of his weapon refinement technique was so swift that it was sufficient to cause anyone to be shocked. Time silently flowed by. Besides being able to hold a large amount of wine, the gourd spirit artifact was also a formidable offensive spirit artifact at the same time. So, once it was refined, it was much more troublesome than the cauldron. Duan Lingtian had spent 7 hours to refine the Grade 3 Spirit Artifact Cauldron. Whereas this Grade 3 Spirit Artifact gourd had instead spent an entire 15 hours of Duan Lingtian's time. When Duan Lingtian stopped and stood there after successfully refining the Grade 3 Spirit Artifact gourd, it was already early in the morning of the next day. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of sleepiness assault his body. Unknowingly, he fell onto the bed and fell asleep. When he woke up once more, Duan Lingtian got busy once more, and he used the remaining materials to upgrade the violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand to the level of a Grade 3 spirit artifact. Even though I have a quasi-royal grade spirit artifact that's able to provide an amplification of an entire 100% and a Grade 1 spirit artifact that's able to provide an amplification of almost 90%. But those two spirit artifacts are unable to be used in the Dynasty Martial Competition and Martial Competition of the 10 Dynasties. As the saying goes, a man's wealth is his own ruin. Duan Lingtian believed that if the quasi-royal grade spirit artifact and Grade 1 spirit artifact in his possession were to be exposed, he would surely suffer the pursuit of the numerous experts of the Darkhan dynasty and even the various dynasties. The quasi-royal grade spirit artifact and Grade 1 spirit artifact were too precious, and to a certain extent, it was sufficient to bring calamity to him. So, he urgently needed a spirit artifact that he could use. Whereas a Grade 3 spirit artifact was undoubtedly the best choice. Even though a Grade 3 spirit artifact was sufficient to draw the covetous gazes of others, yet it wasn't to the extent of causing those people to be unbridled. After all, within the territory of the various dynasties, a Grade 3 spirit artifact represented a Grade 3 weapons craftsman, and no one dared rashly offend it. Whereas a Grade 1 spirit artifact and quasi-royal grade spirit artifact were different from a Grade 3 spirit artifact. A spirit artifact of that grade was sufficient to cause any expert of the various dynasties to take a risk for it. Hiss! The Grade 3 weapon flame, violet copper weapon flame, once again lit up in Duan Lingtian's hand. At the same time, he continued to refine the third Grade 3 spirit artifact. This Grade 3 spirit artifact would be a Grade 3 spirit sword. A Grade 3 spirit sword was much easier to refine than the Grade 3 spirit artifact bottle gourd, and Duan Lingtian spent 10 hours before successfully refining it. Done! After 10 hours, Duan Lingtian stopped and looked at the 1-meter-long blade in his hand with a satisfied expression. The violet myrtle flexible sword that had been upgraded to a Grade 3 spirit artifact seemed to have a layer of faint violet sheen around it, and it looked to be extremely extraordinary. Let's try it. With a command in his heart, the origin energy on Duan Lingtian's body raged. Whoosh! At the same time, the energy of heaven and earth roiled in the sky above Duan Lingtian before converging into numerous lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes that coiled down. A total of 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Along with Duan Lingtian's origin energy fusing into the violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand. Own! The violet myrtle flexible sword instantly straightened. At the same time, another 4 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 9,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky above Duan Lingtian. The 9,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes surrounded the 11 ancient horned dragon silhouettes like a host of stars surrounding the moon. Not bad. An amplification of 70%. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile, and he was extremely satisfied with this result. Although I've upgraded Big Brother Zhang's Spirit Artifact Bottle Gourd to a Grade 3 Spirit Artifact earlier, I haven't tested it yet. It ought to be able to provide an amplification of 70%, right? With a curious heart, Duan Lingtian withdrew the Spirit Artifact Bottle Gourd, along with his origin energy fusing into the Spirit Artifact Bottle Gourd. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian quickly noticed that there were indeed another 4 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 9,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above him. Just like my violet myrtle flexible sword, it can provide an amplification of 70%. Duan Lingtian smiled with satisfaction. After staying in the inn for another month and improving his cultivation and wind concept slightly, Duan Lingtian checked out and left the inn. After he left the inn, he went directly to the Zhang clan estate. Young Master Ling Tian. Duan Lingtian had just arrived at the entrance of the Zhang clan estate when a Zhang clan guard stood out and bowed respectfully and reverently to Duan Lingtian. Young Master Ling Tian. Instantly, the remaining Zhang clan guards hurriedly bowed to Duan Lingtian as well. You know me? Duan Lingtian looked at the Zhang clan guard in the lead with an astounded expression. He remembered it very clearly. 1 month ago, when he came to the Zhang clan estate, this person wasn't amongst the Zhang clan guards that stood here to guard the entrance of the Zhang clan estate. Young Master Ling Tian, perhaps you don't know me. But 1 month ago, I saw you at the artificial lake of our Zhang clan estate. The Zhang clan guard spoke hurriedly. His face was filled with reverence. He knew that even though this violet-clothed young man looked to be very young, he was a good friend of their Zhang clan's eldest young master. So that's how it is. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. 1 month ago, on the artificial lake of the Zhang clan estate, because he'd used his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, to tease Zhang Shouyuan, it had indeed drawn the attention of many Zhang clan members. At that time, he didn't pay attention to the surrounding spectators. Obviously, this Zhang clan guard had joined in the fun from within the crowd that day. Young Master Ling Tian, please. Under the lead of the Zhang clan guard, Duan Lingtian once again walked into the Zhang clan estate and arrived at the courtyard that Zhang Shouyong and his wife resided in. Young Master Ling Tian, I'll be taking my leave first. The Zhang clan guard greeted Duan Lingtian respectfully before turning around and leaving. I'll be troubling you. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he walked into the courtyard. Chapter 643. Brother Ling Tian. Duan Lingtian had only just entered the courtyard when he heard an exceedingly excited voice sound out from within. The owner of the voice seemed to have been waiting for him for a long time. Duan Lingtian wasn't unfamiliar with this voice. Big Brother Zhang. Duan Lingtian revealed a slight smile when he saw the Zhang clan's eldest young master, Zhang Shouyong, walk out hastily and appear before him. Brother Ling Tian, please. Zhang Shouyong hurriedly invited Duan Lingtian into the courtyard, and at the same time, he instructed the nearby servant girl. No one is allowed to enter without my permission. Yes. Even though the servant girl didn't know what had happened to make the eldest young master lose his composure like this, she still replied respectfully. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian was led into a spacious room by Zhang Shouyong. Zhang Shouyong stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze as he rubbed his palms together and had an expression of anticipation, and he completely didn't have the steady appearance he had before. Brother Ling Tian, that spirit weapon bottle gourd of mine. Zhang Shouyong took a deep breath and looked at Duan Lingtian with a hopeful gaze. Alas! Duan Lingtian pretended to sigh. Zhang Shouyong's face went slightly grim when he saw Duan Lingtian acting like this. Could it be that the Grade 3 weapons craftsman wasn't willing to help me upgrade the spirit weapon bottle gourd to the grade of a Grade 3 spirit weapon? For a time, he felt a slight sense of loss in his heart. Brother Ling Tian, it's fine if that senior isn't willing to help. In any case, besides that spirit weapon bottle gourd, I still have another grade 4 spirit weapon. After Zhang Shouyong returned to his senses, he instead consoled Duan Lingtian. Big brother Zhang, when did I say that senior wasn't willing to help? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh when he saw Zhang Shouyong like this. You, Zhang Shouyong was stunned, then laughed bitterly. Only now did he realize that Duan Lingtian was intentionally sighing earlier. Big brother Zhang, here. With a raise of his hand, a wine gourd appeared out of thin air before Duan Lingtian passed it to Zhang Shouyong. This is my wine gourd from before. After receiving the wine gourd, Zhang Shouyong looked at the even more exquisite gourd that was emitting a faint luster and could not help but be stunned. The wine gourd now was completely different from the previous wine gourd. If it's not your wine gourd, could it be my wine gourd? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Hearing this, Zhang Shouyong's face turned slightly red. At the same time, a ball of flame formed from origin energy suddenly ignited in his hand, and then fused into the spirit weapon gourd in his hand. In an instant, the luster around the gourd became incomparably deep. Whoosh! Above Zhang Shouyong, the heaven and earth energy stirred and eventually gathered into silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. 11 ancient flood dragon silhouettes appeared first, and they represented Zhang Shouyong's current cultivation at the 8th level of the void initiation stage. Subsequently, another 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 7,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside these 11 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. The 7,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes seemed as if they were worshipping a supreme emperor, and they surrounded the 18 ancient horned dragon silhouettes at the center like a host of stars surrounding the moon. An amplification of the strength of 7 ancient horned dragons and 7,000 ancient mammoths. Zhang Shouyong, who raised his head to look at the sky above him, was slightly stunned for a moment. In other words, my spirit weapon gourd is able to amplify an entire 70% of my strength? Now, even if it's placed amongst a pile of grade 3 spirit weapons, it can be considered to be a top grade amongst top grade spirit weapons? Zhang Shouyong's heart couldn't help but tremble intensely, as the scene before him had truly exceeded his expectations. It caused him to feel extremely shocked. Originally, as far as he was concerned, so long as his spirit weapon gourd was able to advance to the level of a grade 3 spirit weapon, then even if it could only amplify his strength by 66% or 67%, he would still feel satisfied. But now, it was completely out of his expectations. 70%. An entire 70%. A grade 3 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 70%, even though he wasn't a weapons craftsman and wasn't familiar with the Tao of weapons refinement. But even if he hadn't eaten pork, he'd at least seen a pig run. He believed that, not to mention the Darkhan dynasty, even the various dynasties didn't possess a grade 3 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 70%. It was even to the extent that the foreign lands might not possess one. Duan Lingtian stood at the side with a calm expression. From the beginning until the end, he'd noticed the changes in Zhang Shouyong's expression. He wasn't surprised by Zhang Shouyong's shock. So long as it was an ordinary person, they would surely be shocked after finding out about the amplification of the spirit weapon gourd. The grade 3 spirit weapon I refined is equivalent to a grade 3 spirit weapon personally refined by the Samsara Emperor Wu. An amplification of 70%. In the entire Cloud continent, there's probably no weapons craftsman capable of refining a grade 3 spirit weapon like this. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Perhaps, there were many grade 2 weapons craftsmen and even grade 1 weapons craftsmen in Cloud continent. However, these weapons craftsmen might be able to easily refine a grade 2 or grade 1 spirit weapon that surpassed a grade 3 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 70%, but if they were asked to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon, it was practically impossible for them to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 70%. It was already unrelated to the grade of the weapons craftsman, and it was related to the comprehension and experience of the weapons craftsman towards the Tao of weapons refinement. I haven't headed to the foreign lands in this era, so I wonder if a figure that can compare to the Samsara Emperor Wu in the Tao of weapons refinement has appeared in Cloud continent, but I can be sure of one thing. During the second lifetime of the Samsara Emperor Wu, There wasn't a single weapons craftsman in Cloud Continent that could compare to him. This was something that Duan Lingtian was extremely sure of through the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu. Gradually, Duan Lingtian restrained his thoughts. On the other hand, Zhang Shouyong had finally returned to his senses, and he fondled the wine gourd in his hand lovingly, and his eyes were filled with a burning sheen. Big brother Zhang, that senior said. He only helped you improve the amplification of your wine gourd, yet didn't help you increase the capacity of the wine gourd. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Shouyong and smiled. So, the wine gourd in your hand can only hold as much wine as it could in the past. Zhang Shouyong returned to his senses and shook his head. That's fine. At any rate, its original capacity is already sufficient for me to use. As he finished speaking, Zhang Shouyong completely returned to his senses, and he took a deep breath before looking sincerely at Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, thank you. Zhang Shouyong's gratitude was extremely sincere. Big brother Zhang, you're treating me as an outsider. It's fate that we got to know each other. Not to mention that if it wasn't for you lending a hand in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's ancient city of Everlast that day, I would have probably died at the hands of that withered old man long ago. Duan Lingtian shook his head with a smile as he spoke slowly. When he recalled the dangerous scene in the Eternal Jade restaurant in the ancient city of Everlast that day, he still had a slight lingering fear in his heart. At that time, not only had the cultivation of Xiong Quan who'd always followed by his side been crippled, even he and Li Fei were in imminent danger. At the critical moment, it was precisely Zhang Shouyong that made a move and killed the withered old man. This life-saving grace was something Duan Lingtian would never forget. As the saying goes, karma is a cycle, and kindness is rewarded with kindness. In the past, I didn't really believe these words. Today, I believe them. After being reminded by Duan Lingtian, Zhang Shouyong couldn't help but recall the scene from the past, and he sighed with emotion. Brother Lingtian. In next to no time, Zhang Shouyong's expression became serious as he spoke word by word. In the future, if you have any orders, then I, Zhang Shouyong, will surely go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. In the entire Dark Han dynasty, there was only a single grade 3 spirit weapon on the surface. Moreover, it was in the hands of the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. Now, Duan Lingtian had given him a grade 3 spirit weapon, and to him, it was an extremely great kindness that he was unable to repay. Big brother Zhang, you're exaggerating. But, I really do have something to trouble big brother Zhang with. Duan Lingtian smiled. Please speak. Zhang Shouyong listened respectfully. Big brother Zhang, if it's possible, I hope you can use your connections to help me search for an extremely rare medicinal material. The medicinal material drawn on this is that medicinal material, and I call it the ageless root. With a raise of his hand, a drawing appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. On the drawing, a root-shaped medicinal material was presented there, and if one looked carefully, it seemed to be the sharp claw of the legendary divine beast, the phoenix. Ageless root? Zhang Shouyong's brows raised as he solemnly received the drawing from Duan Lingtian. Don't worry brother Lingtian, I'll do my best to search for this medicinal material for you. Thank you, big brother Zhang. Duan Lingtian hurriedly expressed his gratitude, and then he said, besides that, if big brother Zhang has a way to obtain a spirit fruit used by void initiation stage martial artists that you don't need, then I hope you can transfer it to me. I'll surely reward you generously. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian was slightly hesitant. After all, Zhang Shouyong was a void initiation stage martial artist as well. Presently, he was similarly striving on the path to the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. If it was a spirit fruit that he hadn't consumed in the past, it would surely be impossible for him to give it to another. Everyone had their own selfish motives. This was something that Duan Lingtian could understand. Brother Lingtian, if you speak like this, then you're not taking me as a friend. You've asked someone to assist me in upgrading my spirit weapon bottle gourd to a grade 3 spirit weapon, and I owe you a great favor. If I'm really able to obtain a spirit fruit used by void initiation stage martial artists, then I'll surely offer it up with both hands without the slightest frown. Zhang Shouyong vowed solemnly. Thank you, Big Brother Zhang. Duan Lingtian thanked him once more, and then he said, Big Brother Zhang, since it's like this, then I'll bid my farewells first. Brother Ling Tian, why don't you stay at my place before the dynasty martial competition begins? Zhang Shouyong suggested. There's no need. Duan Lingtian tactfully refused Zhang Shouyong's good intentions. I still have matters to attend to, so it's more convenient for me to return. He still remembered. When he made a trip to the treasure-gathering pavilion in Milky Way City the other day, he'd once told the pavilion master, Xiang Ying, that once there was news of a spirit fruit used by void initiation stage martial artists and the ageless root, he should ask Xiang Ying to look for him at the Darkstone Empire's estate in the Darkhan dynasty's capital. If Xiang Ying really had news and came to look for him, yet he wasn't there, then it would truly be too late for regret. Yes. Zhang Shouyong nodded and didn't continue persisting. I'll send you out of the estate. Subsequently, Zhang Shouyong intended to send Duan Lingtian out of the Zhang clan estate. Chapter 644. Qiong, why are you in such a hurry? Zhang Shouyong couldn't help but ask curiously when he saw Wang Qiong return in a hurry and was out of breath. Wang Qiong panted heavily as she said, Brother Yong, father asked you to go over. The Grand Elder found a spirit fruit outside, and he intends to give it to you to consume. But, second mother is bringing second brother to beg for that spirit fruit at father's place, causing father to be in an extremely difficult position. So father sent a voice transmission to ask someone to notify me and ask you to go over. Wang Qiong finished speaking in a single breath. Spirit fruit? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Since the Zhang clan's patriarch wanted to give that spirit fruit to Zhang Shouyong to consume, then that spirit fruit was undoubtedly a spirit fruit consumed by a void initiation stage martial artist. Brother Ling Tian, looks like your luck isn't bad. Zhang Shouyong smiled to Duan Lingtian. Before Wang Qiong could react to what was going on, Zhang Shouyong called out to Duan Lingtian before walking towards the central area of the Zhang clan estate with large strides. The Zhang clan audience hall was there. All along the way, Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong walked side by side, and the Zhang clan guards, servants, and maidservants they encountered on the way bowed respectfully to Zhang Shouyong. Eldest young master. Even if it was the Zhang clan disciples, all of them were respectful and reverent to Zhang Shouyong. With Big Brother Zhang's natural talent and strength, inheriting the position of patriarch in the future is practically a certainty. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Big Brother Zhang, if you haven't consumed that spirit fruit in the past, then you can consume it yourself. Duan Lingtian said to Zhang Shouyong. Even though he urgently wanted to obtain a spirit fruit used by void initiation stage martial artists. However, as the saying goes, a gentleman doesn't seize what another loves. If that spirit fruit was useful to Zhang Shouyong, then he would truly feel slightly apologetic. Brother Ling Tian, no matter if I've consumed that spirit fruit in the past or not, I'll give it to you. Zhang Shouyong vowed solemnly. This was his promise, a man's promise. The grade 3 spirit weapon Duan Lingtian gave him was undoubtedly a great favor, and even if he used a spirit fruit to repay it, it would be difficult to repay it. But now, he was still thinking that every little bit of it was worth it. Zhang Shouyong's decisiveness made Duan Lingtian feel warmth in his heart. Soon, Duan Lingtian followed behind Zhang Shouyong and entered the Zhang family's main hall. The main hall of the Zhang clan was resplendent and dazzling. At this moment, 3 people were standing inside. One of them stood to the side. The other 2 stood on the other side, facing the former. The person standing alone at the side was a dignified middle-aged man. He wore a blue robe and had a dignified look on his face. He should be the patriarch of the Zhang clan. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian guessed the identity of the dignified middle-aged man. And it turned out that Duan Lingtian was right. Brother Ling Tian, this is my father, and also the patriarch of our Zhang clan. Zhang Shouyong's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Patriarch Zhang. Duan Lingtian looked at the Zhang clan's patriarch and lightly nodded in greeting. The Zhang clan's patriarch nodded to Duan Lingtian. You ought to be that friend of Yong, right? You're so young, yet possess such shocking ability. It's truly shocking. As he finished speaking, the Zhang clan's patriarch's gaze seemed to contain a sense of deep meaning. This caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but feel suffocated. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the other two people in the main hall. A middle-aged woman and a young man. Presently, both of them were glaring angrily at him, and if the flames of rage in their eyes could erupt, they would probably have already burned him into ash. Duan Lingtian wasn't unfamiliar to these two people. The Zhang clan's patriarch's wife and the Zhang clan's second young master, Zhang Shouyuan. I presume the Zhang clan's patriarch looked at me like that because of the matter of me teaching Zhang Shouyuan a lesson 2 months ago. At this moment, it wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess this. Patriarch Zhang, you're too kind. But when faced with the Zhang clan's patriarch's words that carried deep meaning, Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged, and he was neither servile nor overbearing. This caused the Zhang clan's patriarch to greatly praise him, and he looked at Zhang Shouyong and said, Yong, you've made an extraordinary friend. I heard that this friend of yours intends to participate in the dynasty martial competition 4 months from now as well. I really look forward to it. Brother Ling Tian will surely not disappoint father. Zhang Shouyong nodded, and his words were filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian. Father, I heard the Grand Elder found a spirit fruit. In next to no time, Zhang Shouyong asked. Practically at the instant Zhang Shouyong finished speaking, the nearby woman and Zhang Shouyong's expressions went grim. Both of them looked at each other and saw unwillingness in each other's eyes. Damn it! Why did he receive the news so quickly? The woman's voice transmission was filled with ruthlessness. Mother! I'm unresigned. If I'm able to obtain that spirit fruit, I'll surely be able to break through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage in one go. At that time, I'll surely be able to advance in the Dynasty Martial Competition and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Zhang Shouyong's voice transmission was filled with unwillingness. Yes. The Zhang clan's patriarch nodded when faced with Zhang Shouyong's question, and with a raise of his hand, a spirit fruit that flowed with flowing lights appeared out of thin air. Zhang Shouyong's eyes lit up when he saw this spirit fruit. On the other hand, the corners of Duan Lingtian who stood by Zhang Shouyong's side curled into a bitter smile. It was for no other reason. It was because he'd seen this spirit fruit before. Not only had he seen it before, he'd even consumed it. Spirit void fruit. That day, the Milky Way City's treasure-gathering pavilion's master, Soaring, had given him one of the 2 spirit fruits as an exchange. When his cultivation was close to the 2nd level of the Void Initiation stage, it was because he'd consumed the spirit void fruit that he was able to break through to the 3rd level of the Void Initiation stage in one go. So to the current him, the spirit void fruit was completely useless. But, Big Brother Zhang seems to have not consumed this spirit void fruit. At the same time that Duan Lingtian was greatly disappointed, he noticed Zhang Shouyong's burning gaze as he looked at the spirit void fruit, and it was a gaze that wished for nothing more than to possess the spirit void fruit for himself. But in next to no time, Duan Lingtian saw Zhang Shouyong withdraw his gaze. At the same time, a clear voice transmission sounded out by his ears. Brother Ling Tian, I'll give this spirit fruit to you after I obtain it. With the assistance of this spirit fruit, your cultivation will surely advance a step further. It was precisely Zhang Shouyong's voice transmission. Duan Lingtian was stunned, completely and utterly stunned. Just a moment ago, he'd discerned that Zhang Shouyong hadn't consumed the spirit void fruit in the past. In the next moment, Zhang Shouyong wanted to give the spirit void fruit to him. For a time, Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart. Big brother Zhang is indeed a friend worth making. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. But Duan Lingtian had intentionally restrained his feelings now, and he said via voice transmission. Big brother Zhang, if I'm not wrong, you ought to not have consumed this spirit fruit in the past, right? Yes. Zhang Shouyong didn't deny it, and he said bluntly via voice transmission. I've consumed a spirit fruit used by void initiation stage martial artists in the past, yet it wasn't this spirit fruit. Then you still want to give it to me? If you consume it yourself, you'll probably be able to break through to the 9th level of the void initiation stage in a short period of time, right? Duan Lingtian asked. This is my promise to you. Zhang Shouyong's answer was extremely simple and straightforward, and it caused the warmth in Duan Lingtian's heart to grow even more. In the end, Duan Lingtian decided to stop teasing Zhang Shouyong. Big brother Zhang, I'm afraid you won't be able to get your wish. Zhang Shouyong was stunned. I've once consumed a spirit fruit used by void initiation stage martial artists as well. But my luck was better than yours, and the spirit fruit I consumed was this type of spirit void fruit. Duan Lingtian spoke via voice transmission. At the same time, the Zhang clan's patriarch spoke out. Yong, this is a spirit void fruit, and it's able to improve the cultivation of a void initiation stage martial artist to a certain extent. Once you consume this spirit fruit, you ought to be able to break through to the 9th level of the void initiation stage in a short period of time. Now, I'm prepared to give this spirit fruit to you. I hope you'll be able to win honor for my Zhang clan and the Darkhan dynasty in the dynasty martial competition and even the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. In the end, the Zhang clan's patriarch passed over the spirit void fruit in his hand. Don't worry, father, I'll surely not let you down. Zhang Shouyong took a deep breath and slowly stretched out his hand with the intention of receiving the spirit void fruit. At this moment, his feelings were extremely complicated. He originally thought that this spirit fruit would be given to Duan Lingtian, yet never had he imagined that Duan Lingtian had actually consumed this spirit fruit in the past. He had a feeling of recovering something he'd lost. Wait! But, right when Zhang Shouyong was about to receive the spirit void fruit, a figure flashed out and stopped Zhang Shouyong. The person that stopped Zhang Shouyong was none other than the wife of the Zhang clan's patriarch. Second mother? Zhang Shouyong frowned and his face sank slightly. Although he'd guessed that this second mother of his would surely be unwilling to allow him to obtain the spirit void fruit, he never imagined that she would be so direct. Now, his father had already made his stand clear, yet she actually still obstructed him? This scene caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain from being stunned. This vile woman wouldn't be thinking of seizing the spirit void fruit for her son even at a time like this, right? Duan Lingtian's brows raised and he didn't look favorably upon the woman. Presently, the expression of the Zhang clan's patriarch was extremely unsightly as well. His wife actually didn't give him face in front of outsiders. For a time, slight rage appeared in the depths of his gaze. What are you doing? The tone of the Zhang clan's patriarch was incomparably gloomy. His words were obviously spoken to the woman, his wife. I think that this spirit void fruit shouldn't be given to him, but should be given to Yuan. The woman turned around and looked at the Zhang clan's patriarch as she spoke frankly. Humph. The Zhang clan's patriarch grunted coldly. I know that Yuan is your son, so you're biased towards him at all times. But this matter is related to our Zhang clan and our Darkhan dynasty. How can a woman like you be allowed to act rashly? I'm thinking for the sake of our Zhang clan. The woman spoke word by word. I know that his natural talent is shocking, and he's even broken through to the 8th level of the void initiation stage now. It isn't difficult for him to become eminent in the dynasty martial competition. But it's precisely because of this that I feel that the spirit void fruit shouldn't be given to him, but should be given to Yuan instead. The Zhang clan's patriarch frowned and looked at the woman as he wanted to know why the woman said this. Chapter 645. Presently, his strength is the strongest amongst the younger generation of our Zhang clan, and this is something I can't deny. But below him, the strongest is Yuan. This point, you shouldn't deny it, right? The middle-aged woman looked to her husband, the Zhang family's clan chief, and asked. The Zhang clan leader nodded. With his cultivation, it isn't difficult for him to advance in the dynasty martial competition this time and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. But Yuan is different. Unless Yuan is able to consume this spirit void fruit and break through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to advance in the dynasty martial competition and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The woman spoke bluntly. And then? The Zhang clan leader asked. Then, I felt that giving the spirit void fruit to him was really a waste. Because no matter if he consumed the spirit void fruit or not, he would be able to advance in the dynasty martial competition and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The woman continued. Whereas if Yuan didn't have this spirit void fruit, it would be utterly impossible for him to obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. As far as I'm concerned, using a spirit void fruit to exchange for an additional spot for our Zhang clan to advance into the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is a good thing. Duan Lingtian stood at the side with a mocking smile on his face. For the sake of her own son, this evil woman had really put in a lot of effort. She even dared to say such things. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the evil woman's words were all bullshit. Even if the spirit void fruit was consumed by her own son and her son obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, then wouldn't he still be at the bottom? At that time, the martial competition of the 10 dynasties would begin, and he would probably be eliminated in the first round. If the spirit void fruit was consumed by Zhang Shouyong would even have the chance to break through to the void interpretation stage before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. However, it isn't so easy to break through to the void interpretation stage. I wonder what level Big Brother Zhang's Earth concept is at now. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Zhang Shouyong, who was standing beside Duan Lingtian, had a calm expression from beginning to end, as if everything that was happening before him had nothing to do with him. In next to no time, the Zhang clan's patriarch spoke. What he said was undoubtedly what Duan Lingtian was thinking. This spirit void fruit is sufficient to affect Yong'er's performance in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. If he's able to break through to the void interpretation stage before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, he might even have the chance to compete for the first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The words of the Zhang clan leader resounded in the air. First in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. What kind of glory was that? You said, if as well. Even if he's able to break through to the 9th level of the void initiation stage in a short period of time by relying on this spirit void fruit, how could the void interpretation stage be so easy to break through? Even if in the remaining year or so, his increase in origin power satisfies the conditions, but what about his comprehension of concepts? The woman spoke with certainty and didn't fall into a disadvantageous position.
The void interpretation concept isn't so easy to comprehend. Some void initiation stage martial artists were only at the 9th level of the void initiation stage in their entire lifetimes because they were unable to comprehend the void interpretation concept. Void interpretation concept was also called intermediate concept, and it reigned above the elementary concept that void initiation stage martial artists generally comprehended. Above the 9th level of elementary concept was the first level of intermediate concept. If one wanted to comprehend it, then one needed extremely high comprehension ability. Humph. The Zhang clan leader grunted in a low voice. Then you're confident that after Yuan consumes the spirit void fruit, he'll surely be able to advance in the dynasty martial competition and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and bring honor to our Zhang clan? If you're confident, then what harm is there in giving this spirit void fruit to Yuan? When the Zhang clan leader spoke up to hear, The woman's face bloomed with a smile of victory, and she glanced at Zhang Shou-yong with slight complacency. But in next to no time, the smile on her face froze. Because the Zhang clan leader hadn't finished speaking. But, if Yuan is unable to obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties after consuming the spirit void fruit, then I'll punish him and make him have no fate with the position of the next patriarch of the Zhang clan for his entire lifetime. The following words of the Zhang clan's patriarch resounded in the air. It caused the woman and the nearby Zhang Shou-yuan to go gloomy. Never had they imagined that the Zhang clan's patriarch would speak such words. The position of the next patriarch of the Zhang clan. If nothing unexpected happened, it would surely be Zhang Shou-yuan. Because Zhang Shou-yong had clearly indicated since long ago that he wasn't interested in becoming the next patriarch of the Zhang clan. Otherwise, Zhang Shou-yong would have already become the inheritor of the Zhang clan's patriarch. It could be said that Zhang Shou-yong wouldn't fight for the position of patriarch with his second brother, Zhang Shou-yuan. Mother. I don't want that spirit void fruit, I don't want it. Zhang Shou-yuan panicked and hurriedly sent a voice transmission into the woman's ears. What a joke. Because his older brother, Zhang Shou-yong, wasn't interested in the position of the next patriarch of the Zhang clan, even though it hadn't been officially announced, everyone knew that it would surely be him. Now, because of a spirit void fruit, he might even lose the chance to inherit the position of patriarch of the Zhang clan, so he was naturally unwilling. He wasn't willing to gamble with the position of patriarch of the Zhang clan.
Because even if he consumed the spirit void fruit and broke through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage before the dynasty martial competition, he didn't have full confidence in being able to seize the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. On the other hand, the woman's expression went completely grim. She never imagined that her husband would actually use this to threaten them. She gritted her teeth and kept on feeling unwilling. I think that the ownership of the spirit void fruit should be decided by a vote of all the elders of our Zhang clan. The woman changed the topic and said with a low voice, no matter if it's him or Yuan that consumes the spirit void fruit, it's all a gamble. Then, on what basis should he have the priority? On what basis? The woman's words were extremely clear. Let all the elders of the Zhang clan vote. Enough. The Zhang clan's patriarch finally couldn't endure it any longer when he saw his wife giving orders like this, and he shouted out angrily with a gloomy expression. It terrified the woman to the point she shut her mouth. But right at this moment, Zhang Shou-yong, who hadn't spoken since the beginning, spoke out. Father, since second mother is interested in allowing all the elders to vote to decide the ownership of the spirit void fruit, then let the elders do it. Zhang Shou-yong spoke out abruptly and spoke these words. For a time, it wasn't only the Zhang clan's patriarch that was stunned, even the woman and Zhang Shou-yuan were stunned. They never imagined that Zhang Shou-yong would agree. Big brother Zhang, Duan Lingtian, was dumbstruck as well. The situation before him was obviously beneficial to his big brother Zhang, yet why did he start digging his own grave instead? He was unable to wrap his head around it. He was truly unable to wrap his head around it. As expected of the eldest young master of our Zhang clan, you have courage. I'll get someone to invite the elders over right now. The woman's face bloomed with a smile of victory as her eyes flickered with a bright light, and she left the hall with large strides to instruct the servants that were standing on guard outside the hall. So long as all the elders of the Zhang clan gathered together, she was confident in making most of the elders lean towards her son's side. After all, her son was the future patriarch of the Zhang clan. Under a similar situation, she wasn't worried that her son would lose to Zhang Shou-yong in the voting of all the elders of the Zhang clan. Yong, you, the Zhang clan's patriarch frowned and had a puzzled expression. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Shou-yong with a puzzled expression and asked. Big brother Zhang, if you didn't take the initiative to agree earlier, the spirit void fruit would already be yours. Doing this is truly irrational. Since this second mother of yours dares to make such a request, she surely has the confidence to make most of the elders of the Zhang clan lean towards her son. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be worried for Zhang Shouyong. What he was unable to wrap his head around the most was that Zhang Shouyong had actually taken the initiative to agree to the unreasonable request of that vile woman. After all, under the rage of the Zhang clan's patriarch earlier, the vile woman already didn't dare speak. The spirit void fruit was about to become Zhang Shouyong's possession. But at the critical moment, Zhang Shouyong seemed as if he'd thrown out a rope to trip himself, and it truly caused others to be slightly speechless. Brother Ling Tian, if I don't agree to second mother's request, then even if she doesn't say anything because of my father's rage, she won't be truly willing. This time, I'll make her completely give up. Strands of terrifying bright lights flickered in the depths of Zhang Shouyong's eyes as he replied via voice transmission. Duan Lingtian was stunned. He never imagined that it turned out that all this was Zhang Shouyong's scheme. Zhang Shouyong had obviously grasped everything in the palm of his hand. Looks like Big Brother Zhang already has full confidence. Then I'll wait and see, and prepare to watch the show. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. It'll be a good show. It absolutely won't disappoint you. Zhang Shouyong replied. I look forward to it very much. Duan Lingtian nodded. Along with the passage of time, the Zhang clan audience hall that originally only had 5 people became completely bustling with noise and excitement. It wasn't only the group of elders that stayed behind in the Zhang clan estate, even the elders that were in charge of the various properties of the Zhang clan in the capital had all returned. 37 elders were gathered in one place. Amongst them, a small half were middle-aged men, and practically all the remaining were old men. A few even had white hair and white brows, and they were obviously over 100 years old. However, because their cultivations were profound, all of them were in high spirits. Patriarch, is there something important that made us return? In next to no time, a Zhang clan elder asked. The Zhang clan's patriarch spoke of the sequence of events in detail when he heard this, and he didn't hold back in the slightest. For a time, all the Zhang clan elders understood the reason they were asked to return. In this way, there's only a single spirit void fruit. Yet it has to be chosen between the eldest young master and second young master to consume it. The group of elders started sizing up Zhang Shouyong and Zhang Shouyuan with their gazes. It was as if they were selecting goods. This caused Duan Lingtian, who stood at the side, to be speechless. But Zhang Shouyong instead had an expressionless face, and he seemed as if he utterly didn't take everything that had occurred before him seriously, and he was composed to the point it was shocking. I think that the possibility of the second young master obtaining the qualifications to compete in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is greater than the eldest young master breaking through to the void interpretation stage before the competition. Chapter 646. As soon as the middle-aged elder spoke, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. I think so as well. I agree. Most of the remaining elders nodded in agreement. As far as they were concerned, with the current cultivation of the second young master, Zhang Shouyuan, once he consumed the spirit void fruit, breaking through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage before the dynasty martial competition was practically a certainty. Whereas a 7th level void initiation stage martial artist still had a very great chance of becoming eminent in the dynasty martial competition and obtaining the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. On the other hand, it was slightly difficult for the second young master, Zhang Shouyong. The void interpretation stage wasn't purely a problem in terms of origin energy, and more importantly, it was comprehension in terms of concept. If one didn't comprehend concept to a certain extent, then no matter how strong one's origin energy was, one would be unable to break through to the void interpretation stage. If one wanted to break through to the void interpretation stage, besides having to satisfy the conditions of origin energy, more importantly, one had to first comprehend void interpretation concept, or in other words, intermediate concept. This was often the most difficult thing to do. Under such comparison, and when they thought about how the second young master, Zhang Shouyuan, would be the future patriarch of the Zhang clan, the group of elders already had an idea in their hearts. They imperceptibly leaned towards the second young master. When she saw most of the elders leaning towards her son, the woman that stood at the side, the Zhang clan's patriarch's wife, revealed a victorious smile as she glanced complacently at Zhang Shouyong once more. Zhang Shouyong's face revealed a smile as well, and he feigned modesty. "Elders, you're too kind." Right at this moment. "Humph." A cold snort suddenly sounded out, and it broke the clamorous atmosphere at the scene. In an instant the atmosphere became silent, not a single sound could be heard. The gazes of everyone descended onto the person that snorted coldly. The person that snorted coldly was none other than Zhang Shouyong, who stood by Duan Lingtian's side. For a time, many Zhang clan elders frowned and were slightly displeased. The eldest young master has been out for a period of time, yet he's becoming more and more ignorant of the rules. Some elders that were over 100 years old spoke indifferently. Their tones contained a great sense of reproach. When the nearby patriarch's wife and Zhang Shouyuan saw this scene, the smiles on their faces became even more brilliant, and they felt that Zhang Shouyong was courting death. It would be strange if an elder would vote Zhang Shouyong. Seeing that Zhang Shouyong had angered quite a few elders, the Zhang family patriarch frowned in confusion. From what he knew of his eldest son, his eldest son was not an impulsive person. "Elders." Zhang Shouyong glanced indifferently at the group of Zhang clan elders and spoke unhurriedly. "I see that all of you don't have much confidence towards me being able to break through to the void interpretation stage before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties after I consume the spirit void fruit. Or perhaps, it is time for me to give you some confidence." Zhang Shouyong suddenly changed the topic. Just as Zhang Shouyong finished speaking, a voice rang out. Whoosh! On Zhang Shouyuan's body, strands of material and clearly visible earthen yellow-colored energy coiled around his body, and it emitted strands of a powerful aura. At the same time, the heaven and earth energy in the sky stirred and finally condensed into 9 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. The strength of 9 ancient horned dragons. Ninth level elementary concept of earth. A white-browed elder was the first to react, and he couldn't help but exclaim. Soon after, more and more people reacted, including Duan Lingtian. 9th level elementary concept of earth. Duan Lingtian stared fixedly at Zhang Shouyong, who was by his side, and he couldn't help but gasp. Now, he finally understood Zhang Shouyong's intentions. So it turned out that Zhang Shouyong had always been waiting for the arrival of this moment. He wanted to use his own strength to prove himself. If he consumed the spirit void fruit, he would surely be able to smoothly break through to the void interpretation stage before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Big Brother Zhang's 9th level elementary concept of earth seems to not have just been comprehended. Obviously, it shows signs of approaching the intermediate concept of earth. Duan Lingtian, who'd inherited the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, had a discerning gaze, and he noticed with a single glance that the 9th level elementary concept of earth that Zhang Shouyong had comprehended wasn't simple. Good. After being stunned for a moment, the Zhang clan's patriarch shouted out explosively, and his face was filled with excitement. The fortune of my Zhang clan. The fortune of my Zhang clan. With the eldest young master in the Zhang clan, why worry about prosperity? In next to no time, many Zhang clan elders turned to flatter Zhang Shouyong. Some of the Zhang clan elders amongst them were siding with Zhang Shouyong a moment ago, yet at this moment, they were like grass that swayed with the wind. They'd never imagined earlier. Zhang Shouyong's cultivation was only at the 8th level of the void initiation stage, yet he'd actually comprehended 9th level elementary concept of earth. Looks like our Zhang clan is going to be in the limelight on the stage of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time. A white-haired white-browed elder couldn't help but speak with pleasant surprise. The patriarch's wife and Zhang Shouyong stood at the side, and they were stunned on the spot. The smiles on their faces had completely frozen long ago, and in the depths of their eyes, slight disbelief and shock seemed to be mixed within. Never had they imagined that not only was Zhang Shouyang's natural talent high, even his comprehension ability was so heaven-defying, he'd actually comprehended 9th-level elementary concept of Earth. Elders, we can vote now. Let's see who this spirit void fruit should be given to. The voice of the Zhang clan's patriarch sounded out in a timely manner. At this moment, the outcome was already without any suspense. After Zhang Shouyang, the eldest young master of the Zhang clan, revealed his 9th-level elementary concept of Earth, he'd obtained the support of all the Zhang clan elders. Everyone hoped that he'd consume the spirit void fruit and break through to the void interpretation stage before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, so that he'd be able to fight for extremely great honor for the Zhang clan during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Big brother Zhang, congratulations. When he saw the spirit void fruit being obtained by Zhang Shouyang, Duan Ling Tian congratulated via voice transmission. Brother Ling Tian, I've caused you to worry. I'm truly sorry. Zhang Shouyang spoke apologetically. It's fine as long as you've obtained the spirit void fruit. Duan Ling Tian shook his head, and then he glanced at the night sky that had completely darkened as he said, but it's already late now, and I ought to leave as well. Let's meet again during the dynasty martial competition. Zhang Shouyang sent Duan Ling Tian out as he said with a smile, perhaps I don't have to wait for the dynasty martial competition. Perhaps I'll be able to find the ageless root you require or a spirit fruit used by void initiation stage martial artists in a few days. That couldn't be any better. At the entrance to the Zhang clan estate, Duan Ling Tian revealed a brilliant smile as he bid his farewells before leaving. Zhang Shouyang only turned around and returned to the estate when he saw Duan Ling Tian's figure vanish before his eyes. At the other side of the Zhang clan estate. All of you, find a good opportunity and do it cleanly. I want to vanish from the face of others. Be sure not to leave any traces behind. The middle-aged woman spoke with a low voice to the 3 black-clothed middle-aged men before her. Yes, madam. The 3 black-clothed middle-aged men nodded respectfully, and their eyes flickered with frightening cold lights. Go on. Along with the middle-aged woman waving her hand, the figures of the 3 black-clothed middle-aged men flashed out to vanish into the night like 3 ghosts in the night. Mother. In next to no time, a young man appeared by the side of the middle-aged woman, and his eyes flickered with cold lights. Can the 3 of them do it? That Duan Ling Tian is extremely strange. Last time, after I was struck by his demonic technique, I didn't feel anything was off from the beginning until the end. The strengths of the 3 of them are above us. It ought to not be difficult for them to kill that Duan Ling Tian. The middle-aged woman was extremely confident towards the 3 black-clothed middle-aged men she sent out. The young man heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this, yet the cold light in his eyes didn't reduce. If that Duan Ling Tian dies, then my anger will vanish. But, it's a pity that the spirit void fruit was obtained by Zhang Shouyang. With Zhang Shouyang's natural talent and comprehension ability, it ought to not be difficult for him to break through to the void interpretation stage before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties after consuming the spirit void fruit. Fortunately, he has no intention of obtaining the position of patriarch, otherwise, he would be a formidable opponent for you. The middle-aged woman heaved a sigh of relief. On the other side, after Duan Ling Tian returned to the nearby Darkstone estate that the Darkstone Empire had purchased in the Darkhan dynasty's capital, he suddenly became vigilant. 3 people? At the first possible moment, his acute spiritual force and anti-tracking instinct had noticed 3 people that were hiding in the shadows and spying on him. But when he walked into the Darkstone estate, those 3 people didn't follow him. Who could it be? After Duan Ling Tian returned to the Darkstone estate and returned to his own small courtyard, he couldn't help but ponder deeply. Logically speaking, I didn't offend anyone after coming to the Darkhan dynasty's capital. If there's really someone that has enmity with me, then it would only be the Zhang clan's second young master, Zhang Shouyang, and the patriarch's wife. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian guessed it was Zhang Shouyang and his wife, and he became more and more sure. Ignore them. In any case, those three fellows ought to not have the guts to forcefully trespass into the dark stone estate. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian didn't think any further, and he sat cross-legged on the bed before closing his eyes and continuing to cultivate. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, earth dragon form. A concept fragment and a mid-grade origin stone appeared out of thin air in Duan Ling Tian's hand. The concept fragment was precisely the 5th level wind concept fragment he'd obtained in the Sword Monarch's treasure all those years ago, and it was capable of assisting him in comprehending wind concept until he comprehended 5th level advanced wind concept. During this period of time, his comprehension of wind concept would advance by leaps and bounds because of this concept fragment. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months had passed. Presently, only a month remained before the Dynasty Martial competition. I've finally broken through. When Duan Ling Tian woke up once more, his face was filled with excitement and joy. There seemed to be strands of origin energy leaping about in his surroundings before completely fusing into his body in the end. During this period of time, the 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky had gradually dispersed. 6th level of the Void Initiation stage. Duan Ling Tian had broken through to the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage. I'm going out for a walk. After cultivating for an entire 3 months, Duan Ling Tian was almost bored to death. After 3 months, Duan Ling Tian left the Dark Stone Estate once more. They're still there. Chapter 647. Relying on his acute spiritual force, Duan Ling Tian was able to determine that these 3 people were the 3 people that followed him 3 months ago. They were suspected to have been sent over by the Zhang clan's patriarch's wife and son. As for the objective of these 3 people, Duan Ling Tian could vaguely guess that they ought to have come to take his life. Since all of you are so patient and have waited for 3 months, then I'll play with all of you properly. Duan Ling Tian stood outside the Blackstone estate, and the corners of his mouth held a wisp of an evil smile. Of course, those 3 people that were concealed in the shadows were bound to be unable to see Duan Ling Tian's current smile. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian acted as if nothing had happened and left the Blackstone estate. Moreover, he was able to clearly notice that after he left, those 3 people followed behind him like a shadow, and they were like 3 gangrene attached to the bone. Not long after, Duan Ling Tian just happened to pass through a remote and deserted alley. Besides Duan Ling Tian, there wasn't a single person in the alley. Right at this moment. Swoosh! 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 3 ear-piercing howls of the wind swept over in practically an instant and charged towards Duan Ling Tian. In the blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian was surrounded by 3 black-clothed middle-aged men, and it was as if he was firmly trapped by a heaven-encompassing net. Duan Ling Tian had a carefree expression when facing these 3 people that had suddenly arrived. The scene in front of him was within his expectations. If I'm not wrong, all of you ought to have been sent over by the Zhang clan's patriarch's wife and second young master, right? Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at the 3 black-clothed middle-aged men as he spoke slowly. The expressions of the 3 black-clothed middle-aged men didn't change in the slightest, and it was as if they utterly didn't hear what Duan Ling Tian said. But Duan Ling Tian, who possessed acute observation, was still able to see a trace of a surprised sheen in the depths of their eyes. It really is them. Now, Duan Ling Tian had completely confirmed it. Kill! Suddenly, the black-clothed middle-aged man standing to the left of Duan Ling Tian suddenly shouted in a low voice. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, he moved. It was as if he had turned into a hungry tiger, opening his bloody mouth and pouncing towards Duan Ling Tian. As for his other 2 companions, they followed suit. Whoosh! 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 At the instant the 3 of them moved, 11 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above their heads. At this moment, the 3 of them did not use their spirit weapons or concepts. In other words, the true cultivations of these 3 people were at the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by the cultivation levels displayed by the 3 of them. This was because as early as 3 months ago, Duan Ling Tian had used his mental power to detect their cultivation when he first discovered them. 3 8th level Void Initiation Stage Martial Artists. At that time, Duan Lingtian's cultivation was only at the 5th level of the Void Initiation Stage. Not to mention utilizing a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon, it was difficult for him to kill them even if he utilized all his ability. Even if Duan Lingtian utilized his spiritual force that was 2 levels higher than his cultivation and had attained the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage to execute the soul skill, 1000 Illusions, it would be difficult for him to do anything to them. So at that time, Duan Lingtian pretended not to notice them. At any rate, he had the protection of King Yong in the Darkstone estate, so he didn't have to worry about these 3 people killing their way in. Whereas now, his cultivation had broken through to the 6th level of the Void Initiation Stage, and his spiritual force had broken through to the 8th level of the Void Initiation Stage. Along with this, 3 8th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists aren't inscription masters. This was something that Duan Lingtian had already confirmed 3 months ago. If there was an inscription master amongst the 3 of them. 3 months ago, when Duan Lingtian used his spiritual force to detect them, they would surely notice. At that time, the 3 of them didn't notice Duan Lingtian's spiritual force in the slightest, and it could be seen from this that not a single one of them was an inscription master. When facing 3 8th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists that approached menacingly, Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted, and strands of dim lights started to flicker within them. In the next moment, 1000 Illusions. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force instantly fused into the soul brand in the depths of his soul, and he executed the soul skill that belonged solely to him. An illusory space that was difficult to grasp was constructed by Duan Lingtian, and it swept out to envelop an area of 10 meters around him. At the same time, those 3 8th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists that had taken out their spirit weapons and utilized their concept entered the illusory space successively. In Duan Lingtian's field of vision, after the 3 of them approached him, they instantly changed their targets and started fighting each other. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian walked unhurriedly to the side of the remote alley, and he leisurely watched the 3 of them fight to their heart's content. The battle between the 3 of them was extremely horrifying, and after a short moment, one of them was heavily injured by the joint forces of the other 2. Ah! A shrill cry sounded out, and it was the person that was heavily injured that was killed by the other 2. Duan Lingtian watched coldly from the side as a black-clothed middle-aged man fell into a pool of blood. Even though he didn't know the 3 people before him. But since they wanted to kill him, he naturally wouldn't hold back. One had to pay for what they did. At the same time, the remaining 2 people continued to fight each other. Half an hour later, another person was killed. The last person was heavily injured and on the verge of death, and he used his spirit saber to support himself. Obviously, he wouldn't live for long. Clap! 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 When he saw this person wasn't a threat anymore, Duan Lingtian clapped as he withdrew the illusory space he created with his soul skill, 1000 Illusions. At the same time, the black-clothed middle-aged man that was heavily injured and on the verge of death noticed that he'd left that strange place and returned to the remote alley. With a single glance, he saw his 2 companions that had fallen into a pool of blood, and his face couldn't help but go grim. In next to no time, he noticed an extremely terrifying thing. That was, he was extremely familiar with the wounds of his 2 companions. Immediately after, his gaze fell onto the spirit saber in his hand. Fresh blood was still dripping from it. It's me. The black-clothed middle-aged man's face was deathly pale, his pupils constricted, and his body started trembling, unwilling to believe that all of this was real. That's right, it's you. At the same time, an indifferent voice entered the black-clothed middle-aged man's ears in a timely manner, causing his face to go pale. You? How could? No. Impossible. The black-clothed middle-aged man turned around and saw Duan Lingtian standing at the side of the alley as if nothing had happened. He couldn't help but shake his head in horror. In his opinion, everything before his eyes couldn't be real. He'd clearly killed the other party twice just now, but now, the other party was alive and well, and his two companions were dead instead. Nothing is impossible. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the black-clothed middle-aged man, seeming to see through his disbelief, and said slowly, "In this world, there are many things that you can't understand. Just like just now. Perhaps, you don't even know why you've suddenly arrived at another place, and you don't know why I would appear again after killing me once. At the same time, you wouldn't have thought that the two people you've killed in succession were your own companions." As Duan Lingtian spoke, every single word seemed to have transformed into a sharp blade that unceasingly pierced through the black-clothed middle-aged man's chest. It caused the black-clothed middle-aged man's body to tremble even more intensely. Now, in the eyes of the black-clothed middle-aged man, the violet-clothed young man with a faint smile on his face was no different from a devil. Devil. You're a devil. You're a devil. Devil? Perhaps. A faintly discernible evil smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Devil. I'll kill you. The black-clothed middle-aged man struggled, wanting to charge towards Duan Lingtian and kill Duan Lingtian. But unfortunately, he'd just taken a step when his body that lost the support of the spirit saber couldn't stand still any longer and fell to the ground with a bang. His injuries were too severe. If there's an afterlife, remember not to be another's lackey. Only by becoming a person above others can you control your own destiny. As Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently, the origin energy in his hand condensed into a 3-foot-long blade, and with a raise of his hand, he took the life of the last black-clothed middle-aged man. Since all of you want to play, then I'll properly play with all of you. After the 3-foot-long blade condensed from origin energy in Duan Lingtian's hand dispersed, he abruptly turned his head and looked towards the direction of the Zhang clan estate, and his face was covered in a layer of frost. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and pulled off the belt of a black-clothed middle-aged man, and tied the 3 corpses together. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian dragged the 3 corpses and stepped into the air. Swoosh! Even though he was carrying 3 corpses, Duan Lingtian's movements were still extremely swift, and he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that didn't take long to arrive outside the entrance of the Zhang clan estate. Young Master Ling Tian. Duan Lingtian had just descended outside the entrance of the Zhang clan estate when the Zhang clan guards that guarded the entrance had already bowed respectfully to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and nodded to the Zhang clan guards, causing the latter to feel as if they were bathed in the spring breeze. Young Master Ling Tian is really amiable. As expected of the eldest young master's friend, he's neither arrogant nor rash. The Zhang clan guards whispered in discussion, and they extremely admired Duan Lingtian. That's 3 corpses. In next to no time, a Zhang clan guard with sharp eyes noticed Duan Lingtian actually drag out 3 corpses that were stacked together with a raise of his hand, and then he threw them at the entrance of the Zhang clan estate. What does young Master Ling Tian want to do? For a time, the expressions of the Zhang clan guards went slightly grim, and they felt their scalps go numb. Isn't this violet-clothed young man before us a friend of our young master? Bringing corpses to pay a visit doesn't seem to be something a friend would do, right? Do all of you know these 3 people? Duan Lingtian looked at the Zhang clan guards and asked with a light smile. But at this moment, when his smile entered into the eyes of the Zhang clan guards, it was no different than the smile of a devil. But the Zhang clan guards still couldn't refrain from moving their gazes onto the 3 corpses. After a short moment, the expressions of some people went grim. Aren't they the guards by the madam's side? It's them. I still remember that when the madam had just married all those years ago, the 3 of them came over as dowry from the madam's clan. A few of the Zhang clan's guards recognized the 3 dead men at a glance. They're all existences at the 8th level of the Void initiation stage. But I wonder who killed them. The relationship between the madam, second young master, and young Master Ling Tian seems to be. Could it be, in next to no time, the Zhang clan guards looked at Duan Lingtian with terrified expressions. Even though they didn't think that Duan Lingtian possessed the ability to kill 3 8th level Void Initiation stage martial artists. Chapter 648. Are all of you willing to lend a hand and help me carry them to your Zhang clan's audience hall? Duan Lingtian looked at the Zhang clan guards as he spoke slowly. The expressions of the Zhang clan guards went grim when they heard this, and then they looked at each other, yet none of them dared agree. Young Master Lingtian, don't make it difficult for us. In next to no time, a Zhang clan guard laughed bitterly. They're the madam's people. Perhaps you're not afraid of the madam, but we're not. Yeah. The other Zhang clan guards hurriedly nodded. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, yet he wasn't surprised, and he continued. Then help me notify your eldest young master and ask him to go to the audience hall. This ought to be fine, right? This isn't a problem. The Zhang clan guards hurriedly spoke. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian took the lead and dragged the 3 corpses into the Zhang clan estate, and he left behind a long trail of blood all along the way as he headed directly to the Zhang clan audience hall. Behind Duan Lingtian, a Zhang clan guard hurriedly headed towards the other side. The direction he headed towards was precisely the courtyard that the Zhang clan's eldest young master, Zhang Shouyong, resided in. Young Master Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian arrived outside the Zhang clan audience hall, the servants that stood on guard at the side recognized him. In next to no time, the expressions of the servants went grim. Because they saw the 3 corpses that Duan Lingtian dragged over. Bang! With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian directly tossed the 3 corpses at the entrance of the Zhang clan audience hall, and then he silently stood at the side and didn't enter. Please notify your patriarch, Madam of the Patriarch, second young master, and the various elders to invite them over. Duan Lingtian looked at the servants that stood on guard at the side and had slightly grim expressions as he spoke slowly. The servants hurriedly nodded when they heard this, and then they left as if they were fleeing. When he saw the actions of the servants were so exaggerated, Duan Lingtian rubbed his nose in embarrassment. Am I so terrifying? It wasn't long before a figure flashed over. Swoosh! His figure was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he stood beside Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, what happened? The first person to arrive was Zhang Shouyong. Obviously, the Zhang family guard who went to find Zhang Shouyong didn't have time to tell Zhang Shouyong too much, so Zhang Shouyong didn't know what had happened. Brother Zhang. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to Zhang Shouyong, and then he pointed at the 3 corpses nearby. Only then did Zhang Shouyong notice the 3 corpses and the bloodstains on the road. He couldn't help but frown. Who are they? Soon, Zhang Shouyong's gaze landed on the 3 corpses. With just a glance, he was able to clearly see the faces of the 3 corpses. Humph! Zhang Shouyong suddenly snorted coldly. His voice was extremely cold. Obviously, he recognized the 3 corpses and said in a deep voice, "That bitch." Now, Zhang Shouyong naturally understood what had happened. It was surely his second mother that sent people to make a move against Duan Lingtian, and they were instead killed by the experts of the Dark Stone Empire. Now, Duan Lingtian had brought 3 corpses to denounce Zhang Shouyong. Brother Lingtian, you can be at ease. I'll surely give you an explanation for this matter. Zhang Shouyong promised word by word. Duan Lingtian nodded. He believed in Zhang Shouyong. If he didn't believe in Zhang Shouyong, he wouldn't have so straightforwardly dragged 3 corpses to the Zhang clan. What's going on? In next to no time, the Zhang clan's patriarch arrived as well, and his expression was extremely unsightly as he looked at the bloodstains on the road. Father, look at them. Zhang Shouyong's expression was extremely gloomy as he pointed at the 3 corpses. The Zhang clan's patriarch glanced over, and his expression instantly went grim. Why is it them? Aren't they the guards by your second mother's side? How could they have died here? They didn't die here. If I'm not wrong, it ought to be second mother that sent them to kill brother Ling Tian, yet they were instead killed by the experts of the Darkstone Empire that stood behind brother Ling Tian. Zhang Shouyong spoke with a low voice. The Zhang clan's patriarch's expression went grim when he heard this, and then he looked at Duan Ling Tian as if he wanted to confirm it. Brother Ling Tian, is it really like this? Patriarch Zhang, the three of them really did want to kill me. But unfortunately, they didn't succeed. Duan Ling Tian nodded. The Zhang clan's patriarch's brows knit tightly when he heard this, and his expression was gloomy, and then he looked at Zhang Shouyong and said, "Go get your second mother." Zhang Shouyong hadn't moved yet when Duan Ling Tian had already spoken. "Don't worry, Patriarch Zhang, I've already sent people to invite your madam and second young master over." Zhang Shouyong stopped moving when he heard this. On the other hand, the Zhang clan's patriarch's brows knit together even more tightly. Originally, he was still thinking. After he sent Zhang Shouyong away, he planned to properly discuss this matter with Duan Ling Tian and see if this matter could be reduced to a small matter, and a small matter turned into nothing. After all, this matter was related to his second wife. But now, he was obviously only able to persuade Duan Ling Tian via voice transmission. "Brother Ling Tian, my Zhang clan is in the wrong in this matter. How about this, for the sake of displaying the sincerity of my Zhang clan? So long as it's within the scope of my Zhang clan's ability, then so long as you have any request, my Zhang clan will surely go through water and tread on fire." A voice transmission sounded out by Duan Ling Tian's ears. He was able to discern that this was the voice transmission of the Zhang clan's patriarch. "Patriarch Zhang." Duan Ling Tian glanced at the Zhang clan's patriarch and replied via voice transmission. "I'm friends with Big Brother Zhang, and you're his father. Logically speaking, I ought to call you uncle. But, I still hope that uncle can do official business in the matter today and give me justice." The Zhang clan's patriarch couldn't help but laugh bitterly when he heard this. He knew that Duan Ling Tian wanted to fight for his honor. After a short moment, numerous figures arrived successively. In next to no time, over 10 Zhang clan elders had arrived. The Zhang clan's patriarch was dumbstruck when he saw these Zhang clan elders. "Uncle, it was I who asked them to invite the elders over." Duan Ling Tian glanced deeply at the Zhang clan's patriarch, causing the corners of the latter's mouth to twitch, and his eyes revealed traces of fear. Only now did the Zhang clan's patriarch realize. Not only did this violet-clothed young man possess extraordinary natural talent in the martial Dao, even his meticulousness caused one's scalp to go slightly numb. Subsequently, he glanced at Zhang Shouyong. He knew that the reason Duan Ling Tian dared devise strategies like this was undoubtedly because he had his son, this chip. It could be said that if it wasn't for the interference of his eldest son, Duan Ling Tian would absolutely be unable to stir up any waves in the matter today. What a scheming person. As the patriarch of a clan, the Zhang clan's patriarch had roamed freely for half of his life, so what sort of people hadn't he seen? What sort of storms hadn't he encountered? But now, before this violet-clothed young man, traces of fear arose from the bottom of his heart. How old is this little fellow? He possesses such terrifying scheming at such an age. When he truly matures in the future, I'm afraid he'll be a devil incarnate. This was something he didn't doubt in the slightest. "Patriarch, what's happened?" The over 10 Zhang clan elders quickly noticed the 3 corpses that were tied together, and they couldn't help but frown as they asked the Zhang clan's patriarch. The Zhang clan's patriarch hadn't opened his mouth when a Zhang clan elder couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Aren't these 3 the guards by the madam's side? They're really the guards by the madam's side. Even though the guards by the madam's side are from the clan the madam is from, but since they followed the madam into our Zhang clan, then they're members of our Zhang clan. Who's so audacious? They even dared to kill members of our Zhang clan. For a time, the group of Zhang clan elders were enraged. Meanwhile, the Zhang clan's patriarch's wife and second young master had arrived late. When they saw the three black-clothed middle-aged man corpses that laid on the ground, their expressions went grim. "Madam, if I'm not wrong, they ought to be the guards by your side, right?" In next to no time, a Zhang clan elder asked the patriarch's wife. The patriarch's wife's expression was unsightly, yet she still nodded. This was something she couldn't deny. "Don't worry, madam, no matter who killed the guards by your side, our Zhang clan will absolutely not let the matter go." Some Zhang clan elders assured the patriarch's wife successively. This caused the latter to feel a wave of guilt. "Elders, all of you don't know the sequence of events, so it's better for you not to be in a hurry to display your loyalty." Right at this moment, Zhang Shouyong spoke with a voice filled with ridicule. "Eldest young master, what do you mean by this?" Instantly, the expressions of those elders went grim. "Brother Ling Tian, you tell them." Zhang Shouyong looked at Duan Ling Tian and nodded to him. "Feel free to speak frankly, there's no need to worry in the slightest." Duan Ling Tian nodded, and then he said slowly, "These three people were killed by the experts of my Darkstone Empire. The reason was that the three of them had concealed themselves outside our estate for an entire 3 months, and when I left the estate today, they directly made a move to kill me. Fortunately, I had the protection of an expert by my side, otherwise, I'd already be dead." As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at the patriarch's wife and second young master that had unsightly expressions. "After I came to the capital of the Darkhan dynasty, I didn't offend anyone. The only people I had a conflict with were the patriarch's wife and second young master. So I brought those 3 corpses to the Zhang clan estate. The facts proved that I wasn't wrong. These 3 people were precisely the people by the side of the patriarch's wife." Duan Lingtian finished speaking in a single breath. The group of Zhang clan elders looked at each other and were all speechless. "Madam, is what he said true?" In next to no time, a white-haired and white-browed Zhang clan elder that was over 100 years old asked the patriarch's wife with a low voice. The patriarch's wife chose to remain silent, and she'd obviously tacitly agreed. "Elders, I hope that all of you can do business in the matter today. Brother Ling Tian is my friend, and I hope that all of you can give him justice. Otherwise, I, Zhang Shouyong, will leave the Zhang clan from now on." Zhang Shouyong spoke with a resolute tone. "Leave the Zhang clan." As soon as Zhang Shouyong said this, everyone present, including Duan Lingtian, couldn't help but be stunned. Big brother Zhang, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Shouyong as dense warmth arose in his heart. On the other hand, the patriarch's wife and second young master's faces went grim instead. They originally didn't take the matter before them seriously. Chapter 649. As far as they were concerned, this was the Zhang clan. Not to mention the Zhang clan's patriarch was their husband and father. Even if it was all the Zhang clan elders, it would be impossible for them to side with an outsider like Duan Lingtian. But now, Zhang Shouyong had interfered like this and even threatened everyone in the Zhang clan with his words, causing them to realize danger. All the Zhang clan elders recovered from their shock, and their faces went grim. Only the Zhang clan's patriarch had a helpless and bitter smile on his face, and he seemed to have realized since long ago that Zhang Shouyong would act in this way. In next to no time, the group of Zhang clan elders looked at each other. The atmosphere at the scene went silent for a time. Duan Lingtian knew clearly that this group of Zhang clan elders were probably communicating via voice transmission now. Not long after, there would be an outcome. With Big Brother Zhang's natural talent and strength, advancing in the dynasty martial competition is extremely easy. It's even to the extent that Big Brother Zhang will most likely be able to break through to the void interpretation stage before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties begins. A young genius at the void interpretation stage is sufficient to stand out in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and suppress everyone. If a young genius like this is able to obtain an extremely great honor in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, then as the power he belongs to, the Zhang clan will surely be able to obtain great benefits. So, It's impossible for the Zhang clan to allow Big Brother Zhang to leave at this time. This was something that Duan Lingtian was extremely sure of. The facts proved that Duan Lingtian's thoughts were completely correct. The group of Zhang clan elders quickly came to a consensus: they would follow Zhang Shouyang's wishes and punish the culprit. Eldest young master. Amongst the group of Zhang clan elders present, the most dignified white-haired white-browed elder said slowly, even though this matter is related to the madam and second young master, as the saying goes, the Son of Heaven is punished the same as the commoners. We naturally can't be biased. But, since this little brother is completely unharmed and the 3 people that attacked him are already dead, even according to the rules of our Zhang clan, the madam and second young master's crimes don't warrant death. It doesn't warrant death. But it ought to be sufficient to cripple their cultivations, right? Zhang Shouyang continued. Cripple their cultivations. As soon as Zhang Shouyang was finished speaking, the atmosphere at the scene, the Zhang clan was Zhang Shouyang was in the heavens. In this cloud continent where the martial Tao prevailed and the strong were respected, to most martial artists, cultivation was far more important than their own lives. Without his cultivation, he would rather die than live. On the other hand, the expressions of the Zhang clan's patriarch's wife and second young master went grim when they heard Zhang Shouyang. Cripple his cultivation. Mother, I don't want to have my cultivation crippled. The second young master was frightened out of his wits and spoke with a sobbing tone. Don't worry. No one can cripple your cultivation. The patriarch's wife took a deep breath and took a step forward. She looked at Zhang Shouyang and said in a low voice, without my orders, no one is able to command the guards by my side. Therefore, the matter this time has nothing to do with Yuan. Zhang Shouyang said indifferently, if it has nothing to do with him, then so be it. Your cultivation will be crippled. Give my brother Ling Tian an explanation. Humph. Madam Patriarch gave a low snort, looking like she was waiting to be slaughtered. But her eyes were suffused with flowing lights that were filled with killing intent, and they condensed onto the nearby Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's face sank when he sensed the patriarch's wife's killing intent. This vile woman is still so thick-headed even at a time like this. She truly deserves death. Make your move. When he saw the group of elders looking over, the Zhang clan's patriarch sighed and waved his hand. Enforcement elder. The white-haired and white-browed elder looked at a green-clothed old man and spoke slowly. The green-clothed old man was precisely the Zhang clan's enforcement elder. Madam, I'm sorry. The enforcement elder took a deep breath and slowly walked towards the patriarch's wife. Duan Lingtian watched all this coldly from the sidelines. When he saw the enforcement elder arrive before the patriarch's wife, he slowly raised his hand. Don't touch my mother. An explosive shout sounded out abruptly. It was Zhang Shouyang who couldn't restrain himself, and his figure flashed out to block before the patriarch's wife and obstruct the enforcement elder. Second young master. The enforcement elder couldn't help but laugh bitterly when he saw Zhang Shouyang interfering, and he slowly put down his hand. Fuck off. Otherwise, I'll cripple you as well. Zhang Shouyang's eyes narrowed as cold lights flashed within them, and he shouted with a low voice. Zhang Shouyang's face couldn't help but go grim when he heard Zhang Shouyang's stern shout, and his body started to tremble. You. Zhang Shouyang. I'm your younger brother. Younger brother? Zhang Shouyang sneered. Now, you admit you're my younger brother? In the past, I could endure and not fuss about it when you made things difficult for me. But today, I'll absolutely not stand idly by when you and your son bully my friend. Zhang Shouyang's words were resounding. Zhang Shouyang was terrified to the point his face went ghastly pale, and his body trembled without end and showed signs of being unable to stop. Move aside. The patriarch's wife spoke with a low voice. Father. Zhang Shouyang looked at his father, the patriarch of the Zhang clan, with an unwilling expression. But unfortunately, the patriarch of the Zhang clan couldn't back down now. He was extremely clear about his eldest son's character. Words spoken were like spilled water, and it was difficult to take it back. Today, if he couldn't give his eldest son an explanation, then he didn't doubt in the slightest that his eldest son would leave the Zhang clan. Yuan, listen to your mother. The patriarch shook his head and spoke to Zhang Shouyong. Second young master. The enforcement elder looked at Zhang Shouyong and sighed before raising his hand once more. Zhang Shouyong. But Zhang Shouyong still didn't move aside, and he looked at Zhang Shouyong instead as he said with a low voice, I know you want to stand up for your friend today. How about this, I'll use a thing as an exchange. So long as you let my mother go, I'll give that thing to you. Zhang Shouyong's words caused most of the people present to be unable to refrain from being stunned. Could the matter today be turned around by a single thing? I'm not interested. Sure enough, Zhang Shouyong glanced at Zhang Shouyong with disdain as he spoke indifferently. Are you sure you're not interested in it? Zhang Shouyong took a deep breath and slowly raised his hand. If I'm not wrong, you were already searching for this thing a few months ago. At practically the instant Zhang Shouyong finished speaking, a thing had appeared in his hand. This was a peculiar thing that looked like a medicinal material. Most importantly, this medicinal material looked like an old tree root, extremely ordinary, and no value could be discerned from it. The group of Zhang clan elders originally thought that Zhang Shouyong would take out some sort of a treasure, but never had they imagined that it would be such an inconspicuous thing, and they couldn't help but shake their heads. They felt that Zhang Shouyong was unable to save his mother. However, Zhang Shouyong's originally calm expression was completely stunned when he saw the medicinal material in Zhang Shouyong's hand. Why does this thing look so familiar? In next to no time, Zhang Shouyong recovered from his shock and looked at Duan Lingtian who was by his side. Whereas presently, Duan Lingtian stood there dumbstruck as he stared blankly at the thing in Zhang Shouyong's hand, ageless. Ageless root. Duan Lingtian's feelings were indescribable, and they were extremely agitated. Never had he imagined that the thing he yearned for day and night would appear here, in Zhang Shouyong's hands. Brother Ling Tian. Meanwhile, an exceedingly clear voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and it was precisely Zhang Shouyong's voice. You. Do you want to continue making my second mother pay the price for her actions, or do you want this medicinal material? Now, Zhang Shouyong recalled. Wasn't the thing in Zhang Shouyong's hand the ageless root that Duan Lingtian asked him to help find earlier? I want this medicinal material. Duan Lingtian didn't hesitate in the slightest and spoke frankly. What a joke! Even though he hated the Zhang clan's patriarch's wife to the extreme. But before the ageless root, the little bit of enmity between him and the Zhang clan's patriarch's wife was utterly nothing. The ageless root was one of the two auxiliary medicinal catalysts for the rebirth pill. Duan Lingtian had already obtained the other auxiliary medicinal catalyst, the phoenix wing herb. Even if it was amongst the medicinal catalysts required for the rebirth pill, the most important main medicinal catalyst, the red luan's blood, Duan Lingtian had obtained it long ago. As for the other medicinal materials, they were extremely ordinary, and Duan Lingtian had already prepared them long ago. Presently, Duan Lingtian could be said to be completely prepared and only lacked the crucial element. So long as he obtained the ageless root, he would be able to directly refine the rebirth pill. The rebirth pill was a medicinal pill with an extremely overbearing medicinal strength, and it was capable of allowing one's cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. The increase was so great that it was shocking. I've already broken through to the 6th level of the void initiation stage now. If I'm able to consume the rebirth pill, then my cultivation will probably be able to directly break through to the 9th level of the void initiation stage in a short period of time. This was something that Duan Lingtian didn't doubt in the slightest. The medicinal strength of the rebirth pill was recorded in detail in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. After all, when the medicinal strength of a rebirth pill was completely consumed, it was even to the extent that it allowed Samsara Emperor Wu who'd attained the Emperor Wu stage all those years ago to break through a few levels in one go. When one arrived at the Emperor Wu stage, the gap between every single level was undoubtedly like a chasm. The origin energy of only a single level of difference would probably far surpass the gap between Duan Lingtian's current origin energy and the origin energy of a first-level martial monarch stage expert. Understood. Zhang Shouyong nodded when he obtained Duan Lingtian's reply, then he looked at Zhang Shouyuan and said indifferently, "Deal." "Deal." Zhang Shouyuan couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he heard Zhang Shouyong's words. Actually, he didn't have any confidence in the beginning. Even though he knew that Zhang Shouyong had already started searching for the medicinal material in his possession a few months ago, he wasn't sure how great Zhang Shouyong's desire towards this medicinal material was. Now, when he heard Zhang Shouyong agree, his heart that was in his throat eased up. He wasn't worried that Zhang Shouyong would regret it. After all, there was a group of people that had witnessed the deal between him and Zhang Shouyong, and he wasn't afraid that Zhang Shouyong would go back on his word. Here. With a raise of his hand, the ageless root in Zhang Shouyuan's hand flew out and flashed directly towards Zhang Shouyong. He didn't have the slightest reluctance. Because up until now, he hadn't discerned anything different about the ageless root. Chapter 650. Up until the last time Zhang Shouyong was looking for this medicinal herb, he'd finally dug it out. Of course, he'd never thought of giving it to Zhang Shouyong. Even though Zhang Shouyong was his big brother in name, he'd never really taken Zhang Shouyong to be his big brother in his heart. He'd even thought of taking out this medicinal herb before Zhang Shouyong in the future, yet not giving it to Zhang Shouyong so as to infuriate Zhang Shouyong to death. But never had he imagined that such an incident would occur today. But, exchanging a medicinal herb he didn't recognize for his mother's cultivation was still something he felt was a sure win. Deal? Yet now, all the Zhang clan elders were completely stunned, and they were unable to recover from their shock for a long time. Originally, when they saw Zhang Shouyong take out such an inconspicuous medicinal herb, they felt that Zhang Shouyong was asking for humiliation. Never had they imagined Zhang Shouyong would actually give up making things difficult for the patriarch's wife for this medicinal herb. Unbelievable. Exactly what medicinal herb is that? The group of Zhang clan elders were filled with interest towards the medicinal herb in Zhang Shouyong's hand. On the other hand, the feelings of the patriarch were no different than the group of elders. He never imagined that his second son would be able to use an inconspicuous medicinal herb to turn the tide. But, based on the current situation, the outcome of the entire matter wasn't bad. His second wife finally didn't have to have her cultivation crippled. The matter of today ends here. Zhang Shouyong spoke indifferently, and then he called out to Duan Lingtian before returning to the courtyard he lived in. "Mother." Zhang Shouyong took a deep breath and stretched out his hand to support the woman that was covered in cold sweat. The woman stared at the figures of Zhang Shouyong and Duan Lingtian that were disappearing into the distance, and her eyes were filled with ruthless killing intent. After Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong returned to the courtyard, they walked into a room together. Subsequently, Zhang Shouyong passed the ageless root in his hand to Duan Lingtian. "Brother Lingtian, is this medicinal herb very important to you?" At that time, Duan Lingtian had asked him to help search for the ageless root, and he hadn't realized how important the ageless root was to Duan Lingtian. But today's incident had allowed him to realize how important the ageless root was to Duan Lingtian. "Yes, it's very important." Duan Lingtian grabbed the ageless root tightly and tried his best to suppress the emotions in his heart. He put it away into his storage ring like he had obtained a treasure. "No matter what, your luck is pretty good. I didn't expect that my second brother would actually have this ageless root." Zhang Shouyong sighed. If you hadn't come to denounce him today and put his mother in danger, he might not have handed over the ageless root. Zhang Shouyong was well aware of the conflict between him and Zhang Shouyuan. Even if Zhang Shouyuan had the ageless root and knew that he was searching for the ageless root, he still wouldn't give it to him. At most, he would deliberately take out the ageless root to anger him. "I didn't expect it either." Duan Lingtian nodded. Even he felt that today's matter was inconceivable. If he didn't come to the Zhang clan estate to look for Zhang Shouyong that day and didn't encounter Zhang Shouyong's second brother, Zhang Shouyuan, then he wouldn't have executed his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, to toy with Zhang Shouyong. Moreover, he wouldn't have offended the Zhang clan's patriarch's wife because of this and caused her to hate him to the bone and send someone to kill him. All of this seems to be the will of the heavens. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and looked at Zhang Shouyong as he said sincerely, "Big brother Zhang, no matter what, if it wasn't for you today, it would be impossible for me to force your second mother to such an extent. If I wasn't able to force her to such an extent, then your second brother wouldn't have taken out the ageless root in exchange." As far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, at the bottom of it all, the reason he was able to obtain the ageless root was because of Zhang Shouyong. "Brother Lingtian, you're too courteous. Don't forget that you gave me a grade 3 spirit weapon. No matter how precious the ageless root is, could it be more precious than a grade 3 spirit weapon?" Zhang Shouyong shook his head. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Zhang Shouyong. He never imagined that Zhang Shouyong would compare a grade 3 spirit weapon to the ageless root. One had to know that a grade 3 spiritual artifact wasn't anything rare to him. So long as he had the materials, he could refine it at any time. However, the ageless root was different. Obtaining the ageless root also meant that he could officially start to refine the rebirth pill. When he thought of the heaven-defying medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, his mood surged once more. "Big brother Zhang, since the matter has been resolved now, then I ought to return." Duan Lingtian greeted Zhang Shouyong. Presently, he was impatient to return home and wished for nothing more than to immediately refine the heaven-defying medicinal pill, the rebirth pill. "I'll send you off." This time, not only did Zhang Shouyong personally send Duan Lingtian out of the Zhang clan estate, he even sent Duan Lingtian back to the Dark Stone estate. "I'll see you in a month." Before Duan Lingtian walked into the Dark Stone estate, he lightly smiled as he spoke to Zhang Shouyong. "I'll see you in a month." Zhang Shouyong nodded. He only turned around and left after he saw Duan Lingtian safely enter the Dark Stone estate. The reason he personally sent Duan Lingtian back was because he was worried that his second mother would once again send people to make a move against Duan Lingtian. He was extremely clear about the character of his second mother. She would take revenge for the slightest thing and leave no room for negotiation. Humph. Duan Lingtian had just entered the Dark Stone estate when he heard a cold snort sound out from the courtyard ahead, and when he looked carefully, it was the saber young master, Long Yun, who was coldly looking at him. Long Yun. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as his spiritual force stretched out to envelop Long Yun. In next to no time, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Heavens! What did I notice? Isn't this too excessive? Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly in his heart. Earlier, when his spiritual force enveloped Long Yun, he detected Long Yun's current cultivation at the first possible moment. But Long Yun's cultivation had exceeded Duan Lingtian's expectations. Seventh level of the Void Initiation stage. Long Yun's cultivation had actually surpassed his current cultivation. Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless. Looks like this fellow's cultivation might really have been directly pushed up by a pile of spirit fruits. Looks like his master has a large stock of spirit fruits in his possession. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Undeniably, traces of envy arose in Duan Lingtian's heart. He felt that his fortuitous encounters could already be considered to be not bad. But even then, his cultivation was still inferior to Long Yun. Duan Lingtian shook his head and paid no further attention to Long Yun before heading towards the small courtyard he resided in. So long as I consume the rebirth pill, I'll be able to surpass the current Long Yun in one go. In the next year, so long as my comprehension of wind concept is able to keep up, then even breaking through to the void interpretation stage before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties isn't impossible. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian was greatly gratified. He still had the rebirth pill as his trump card. Duan Lingtian, you've gone out again. When he saw the small courtyard was right before his eyes, a familiar voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian turned around to look, and he noticed Su Li was walking out with large strides from the small courtyard at the side, and his face was flushed red. Su Li, Duan Lingtian smiled to Su Li, and then he stretched out his spiritual force to envelop Su Li and detect Su Li's current cultivation. But the result was another blow to Duan Lingtian. Eighth level of the Void Initiation Stage. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Could it be any more absurd? Su Li and Long Yun's master is really well off. He's actually able to take out so many different spirit fruits for them to consume and improve their cultivations. In Duan Lingtian's heart, a great deal of interest towards Su Li and Long Yun's master arose. Looks like Su Li will surely be able to advance in the dynasty martial competition. As for Long Yun, he similarly has a great chance. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian, I forgot to ask you the last time. Where's that little she-devil that followed by your side? Su Li looked at the surroundings, and after he confirmed there was no trace of the little she-devil from that day, he couldn't help but ask. She's temporarily left. Duan Lingtian said. He naturally knew who the little she-devil Su Li spoke of was, and it was undoubtedly Han Xuanai. In the eyes of the group of people including Su Li, they'd taken that little girl Han Xuanai to be a little she-devil. Needless to say, Duan Lingtian really approved of the way Han Xuanai addressed Han Xuanai in his heart. Little she-devil really suited Han Xuanai. Little gold, little black, little white. I hope all of you can be safe and sound. Otherwise, I'll surely not let Qing Nu off in the future. When he thought up to this point, Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with cold lights as he resolved in his heart. Su Li, I'll be going in first. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and bid his farewells to Su Li before returning to his room. Su Li only returned to his senses when Duan Lingtian's figure vanished before his eyes, and his face revealed a wisp of a smile as he muttered. Duan Lingtian. I'll be able to surpass you this time, right? As Su Li muttered to himself, he was obviously filled with confidence towards his current strength. 8th level of the Void Initiation Stage. It was sufficient to cause Su Li to be filled with confidence. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know what Su Li muttered to himself after he left, otherwise, he would only laugh indifferently. After all, he was able to refine the rebirth pill today. Moreover, once he consumed the rebirth pill, he would be like a divine beast, a phoenix, and obtain a transformation similar to being reborn from the ashes. At that time, his cultivation would undergo a tremendous change. After returning to his room, Duan Lingtian didn't do anything else and directly withdrew the grade 3 spirit weapon cauldron he refined the last time. After he withdrew the cauldron, he successively withdrew the phoenix wing herb and ageless root, these two types of auxiliary medicinal catalysts for the rebirth pill. Subsequently, he withdrew a pile of medicinal materials. The method to refine the rebirth pill, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. In the depths of his mind, the records related to the method to refine the rebirth pill in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu fused into his memories one by one and became a part of his memories. After he confirmed that he'd completely grasped it, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses. Now, I'll start refining the rebirth pill. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and a violet-colored pill flame flickered in his hand, and traces of copper were suffused around it. It was precisely the violet-copper pill flame. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.